Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof. In hearing none, we'll go to adoption and receipt of minutes of the previous meeting minutes. Moved by Matthew Balmer, seconded by Ken Roth, that the minutes of the following minutes be adopted as written and distributed. A, public meeting, November 21st, 2018. B, council meeting, November 21st, 2018. C, closed council meeting, November 21st, 2018. All in favor?
Any questions?
Any questions, sorry?
Corrections?
None? All in favor? Carried. All right. Okay, next thing on the agenda is business arising out of the minutes. Any comments?
Yes, I have one item. I'm going to put a notice of motion forward with respect to the public meeting that was announced concerning the Brock Road reconstruction. There was a public meeting on Monday. There were members of the public there, and my motion for next council is along the lines that I think we should be moving back to a hamlet type of road configuration through there, one lane each direction with parking. And the opportune time for that to happen is once the Morrison bypass is in. So my motion will be along the lines that we pursue that with the county planning department and create a pedestrian-friendly environment so that we can revitalize Agrofoil.
Okay, do we have a, Councillor Balmer?
Just one comment. Just to clarify, would it be possible that we make that, I don't mean to, I'm going to try to amend your notice of motion slightly if that's possible, just that it's more, I like the direction of your motion, but I wouldn't like, could we just leave the solution to being a hamlet for discussion at that time? Is that be possible?
My motion is such as
Okay,
lane in
okay,
each
perfect.
direction, and that's open to interpretation. I
Perfect.
certainly do not want the two lane in each direction concepts through there. That is
Excellent.
destructive.
Super. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So just for council's information, that'll be listed on your next agenda. So you will actually see the wording of Councillor Sapoulis's notice of motion on your next agenda, and then that's when you will have debate on it, okay?
Super, thank you.
Okay, communications. 2017 financial information return data review. Correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing dated November 23rd, 2018. Any comments on that? None?
Oh, yeah, let me see.
Councillor Balmer?
Yeah, just one point I wanted to confirm. I had a question about the asset consumption ratio. Showed it as we were significantly poorer than the average. We were showing at 65%, and the rest of it, I think the provincial average was around 45%. And I had a question for, I guess, the chief financial officer. When I looked at this, it suggests we're in a significant asset management hole or asset investment hole, but I realized that could it also be that on average we just don't have as many new assets? Does this mean that I'm trying to figure out what this is actually indicating. If I was in a municipality that we built a lot of new roads lately, would that change this? Or if we built a new arena or something, that would change this, but necessarily doesn't change the financial position? Is that? Trying to figure out how to interpret this.
Sorry, can I just look into that in more detail?
Okay,
And then I will get back to you at the next council meeting?
that'd be great. Maybe we can talk about it between meetings. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
No problem.
Councillor Ruth, any questions? No. Councillor Goida?
Nope.
Lewis? Nope. I have none either. Okay, second one. City of Guelph Aqueduct presentation. Responses to questions raised at the November 21st, 2018 council meeting. Correspondence from the City of Guelph dated November 23rd, 2018. Any questions, comments? Councillor Ruth? No. Councillor Balmer?
Oh,
Councillor Goida?
Nope.
Councillor Spillis? I have none either. Next correspondence. CBM area Puslunch PQA pit acoustical audit 2018 Puslunch quality areas PQA Pit, license number 1717600, north half of lot concession 20, lot 26, concession 1. Correspondence from Acoustic Engineering Ltd. dated November 9th, 2018. Any questions, Councillor Ruth? No. Councillor Balmer?
Nope.
Councillor Goyda? Councillor Spillis?
Nope.
I don't know either. All right. CBM Aggregate McMillan Pit, license number 5737, comments on the 2017 water monitoring report. A review of the 2017 water monitoring report by GWS Ecological and Forestry Services, Inc., and B, CBM Aggregates McMillan Pit, 5737, 2017 water monitoring report. Any comments or questions? Councillor Ruth? No. Councillor Balmer?
Nope.
Councillor Goyda? Councillor Spillis?
Nope.
I have none.
I'm just going to suggest now that we go to our delegate.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go to our delegates. So I would like to invite Inspector Lawson up to speak with us. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, staff, Steve Thomas, I'm just going to have him sit with me. Steve's one of my right hands that can chime in if I need him, but I should be good with my presentation, I think. Is this on then? You can.
It is.
Good. So, thank you for having me. I appreciate this is obviously an important topic for council to rule on at some point. And I've had the pleasure of going to other municipalities to share a similar presentation, so feel free to join in as you need to, and I'll just kind of get through this in the interest of time for you. So I think really this slide just speaks to the fact that we know that there's drugs in our community and that they do affect us in many ways based on the fact that there is prevalence of drugs in all of our communities. Over the last 10 years, the OPP here in Wellington County have answered almost 250,000 calls for service. Kind of shares in terms of around 25,000 calls a year, which is about what we do. As you can see by the slide and the package that you have there, about 11% of those involve the violent crime, property crime, and drug-related calls for service. Bit of an idea, this isn't specifically for Push Lynch, but just as the greater community. This slide is a bit of a breakdown of what you see in terms of the types of drugs that are in our community, and draw your attention to the other drugs section there. Prescription medication and addiction to prescription medication is a very real concern in all of our communities. Not only is the legalization of cannabis, but also methamphetamine and some other drugs that we're seeing on a more regular basis. But as you can see, prior to the legalization of cannabis on October 17th, cannabis, marijuana was still what we dealt with most in all of our communities. The underlining at the bottom with respect to fentanyl and carfentanil is in our community. Unfortunately, we border on the GTA, we border on the region of Waterloo. We all know that publicly that we've seen issues in those related communities with respect to fentanyl and carfentanil, and I'm here to tell this council that we are not immune in Wellington County. We have seen and have confirmed opioid-related deaths in our communities. So this slide, I just thought it'd be important to kind of just let council know what's happening in terms of the broader community. And I think this would be a similar slide you'd see in most areas across the province, whether it's urban or rural. But mental health and addiction is absolutely something that's trending and has been for a couple of years now. And we don't see it trending in a downward notion by any means. We, with our impact team, I think council may be aware of it over time about the impact team that is embedded with us that goes to live calls for service with us, with the mind to help those in crisis at the time in the setting that they perhaps are having a crisis. We've managed to divert 72% away from the emergency department by having those teams with us. That's a significant number. But what we're also seeing as a a sort of a byproduct of the increase in mental health and addiction. And I say addiction because addiction is a big piece of mental health. You have to almost talk to them together as synonymous. But we are seeing an increase in our services to guard at our local hospitals, which is very taxing for us as a police service. And the second bullet speaks to death by suicide. Probably seen publicly that coming out in the newspaper, and we've been cautious about what we say in terms of contagion and an alarmist type of scenario, but we have seen an increase in death by suicide in our community, greater community, and we are above the provincial average by almost 3%. So, and I can tell you that you can draw addiction into that scenario, into the death by suicide. So, legalization of cannabis, we've heard at other meetings, and perhaps council's heard publicly, that public health would tell you that the more prevalence and access to cannabis, the result is more addiction, more psychosis, and more concerns related to the legalization of cannabis based on the fact that it potentially is now in our communities in a legalized format. Prescription medication, I've talked about it a few moments ago. It's kind of that sort of untold reality that we see in the communities where somebody really has to have that prescription to get through their day, and that brings on addiction and brings on the need to fill that script, whether that's been ceased by a physician or not. There's just this need to maintain this level to get through a day, and unbeknownst to the individual, they perhaps get themselves addicted. So fentanyl, carfentanil, as I spoke about, naloxone, our police service carries naloxone, and we have had a number of naloxone deployments, and we have saved lives, quite frankly, based on Narcan. Methamphetamine, meth is probably one of the bigger challenges for us in terms of what we're seeing across the greater Wellington County. Social media, I probably don't have to let the mayor know this, but social media drives how we do our business, and it certainly has changed how we have to do our investigations and make sure we stay in the factual realm and not in the social media realm. It does help us, mind you, in terms of what we want to do and know what's happening, and sometimes criminals out themselves publicly on social media, so that's a good thing. We are challenged by terrorism. We're challenged by what happens below the south of the border around perception, trust in policing, absolutely, and really the confidence that our communities have in us specifically. So we work on that every day. Today is another example of ensuring that there's a level of transparency and awareness about what we do. So cybercrime, I could talk about that forever. Definitely something that is in our communities and certainly in our high schools that we are tending to and aware of. The next bullet, B&Es and thefts, mischiefs, assaults, threatening, criminal harassment, and on. Those are almost our daily staple of occurrences, unfortunately, and I would say they're similar across probably most communities. And some of these come from mental health and addiction, some of these come from the need to fill a drug habit, and on, but they are unfortunately a day-to-day reality for us. Big Four collisions, we always see, when I say Big Four, those are the causations that you see there on the screen: alcohol and drug impairment, distracted aggression, and seatbelts are always usually common factors in most collisions we deal with, or a combination thereof. Some collisions touch all four of those bullet points, some only one or two. I can say in the last comment there, I think the public expects a certain level from us, and I know Steve would agree with me on this, that it's important that we bring the best possible package before the court, and it's incumbent on us to use technology to do that, and all of those additional evidentiary pieces that we have available, and it's becoming significantly more complex for us to investigate what I'll say we did in the older days as to what we do now with the advent of technology, DNA, CCTV, dash cams, case law. There's just a huge expectancy that we bring the best possible product before the courts. And I think this council would recall the suspicious fires we had, which touched this community. A significant amount of work went into that investigation, which is before the courts right now, more than I can speak about publicly, but just know that it takes an inordinate amount of time for these complex investigations to unfold. So what are we doing with all of that sort of, I'm going to say a bit negative, but what are we doing? We're doing a ton of things, and that list there, without getting into a whole lot of back and forth on the the minutia of it, there's a ton of things that the OPP in Wellington County are doing, and in fact, we lead in a lot of areas, and we're really proud of that for sure. With respect to cannabis, though, which is why we're really here, the top bullet on the left in our street crime unit is really the stopgap for us, if you will. Our frontline members deal with day-to-day calls for service, and we will eventually get into more that probably relate to cannabis. Right now, we didn't see a great big spike in October 17th after. There wasn't this, oh my gosh, you're inundated now. I say that with some caution because, as we'll get into it a little bit further, as our public gets their seeds and start to grow their plants, we anticipate things to start happening from that. But really, unless there's questions after the end of my presentation, there's a ton of things we do. And the greatest thing that I pride myself on, and Steve and all of us as an organization here in this county, is our partnerships. Without collaborating with those like-minded organizations that are aligned with us and helping our communities and their well-being and their safety, we wouldn't be able to do it all ourselves. It's just finite resources. Calls are more challenging, more dangerous, and we need the community to work with us, and we're really proud of what we've accomplished in that area, and we'll continue. So I talked about our street crime unit, and that's officers in your community that you wouldn't recognize necessarily as officers. They're in undercover clothing, if you will, in unmarked cars, and they are our first or second response to our uniform answering to a call for service. They're our go-to group with respect to the drugs and property crimes that we see in our community. So while you think you don't see perhaps a black and white in a uniform like we are dressed today, there are, and I won't give you numbers, but there is a cadre of undercover officers that are working in our community day in and day out that do incredible work for us. I talked about the impact team. I don't know what we did without them. They've helped us through a number of really challenging calls, and we were the first attachment in the OPP to have an embedded unit with us. A ton of confidentiality concerns with civilian CMHA employees coming to a call for service with us, but we overcame every hurdle, and we're diverting 75% of the people away from emerge that we don't have to apprehend under the Mental Health Act. So it's incredible for us and for our communities. I talked about partnerships. There's a fancy picture about partnerships, but it's really working together, and that's how we're going to win the day. With respect to drug recognition evaluators, a lot of talk in the media about roadside screening device, what's the OPP doing, and I can speak to you here locally about what we're up to. We have a number of DRE members trained, which is a higher level of training that are offered to our members and will continue to grow across the province. that if we detect a drug-impaired driver and we do our standard field sobriety testing, which is that sort of touch your nose, walk heel to toe that you would probably see on TV. Hopefully that's all you've seen is on TV. We are most of our detachments trained on SFST, which is that standard sobriety testing that's being done across the entire country. We have 2 drug recognition evaluators in our detachment, which is incredible for us in Wellington, and one is a provincial instructor. So I would say to this council here right now, we are in good standing with respect to drug impaired driving, detecting, apprehending, and arresting people for that. I'll talk about the roadside non-invasive saliva test here in a minute. So our school officers, we all, I think, would agree that it starts with our youth, and we are really proud in our community, supported by this tax base, to have school resource officers in all 4 high schools year-round, obviously when the school season's on, who deliver very topical issues to our students. They help teach, they help coach, they break down the barriers, as it says on the slide. And this picture of Jennifer Shantz is our youth resiliency officer that is dedicated just to dealing with the youth in our elementary schools and in our youth treatment facilities. She is also an expert on human trafficking. So a lot of work's being done at the early grades, even before high school, which is critical, and especially now with cannabis. Crime Stoppers award-winning program came from nowhere to somewhere in the last 4 or 5 years, beating out the likes of the City of Toronto, Windsor. We have one of the best Crime Stoppers programs, I would say, across the country. Drug strategy, this is where Steve spoke to the Drug Strategy Committee a few weeks ago, so we're pretty embedded with the local Adrienne Crowder and her team, who works in the city and in the county with respect to the prevention, harm reduction, and all that goes with both alcohol and drug concerns in our community. We have a dedicated member, and we partner with them on a number of things. So another good piece to be aware of with respect to the greater cannabis concerns. And we do everything by analytics. We don't gone are the days where we just kind of fly by the seat of our pants. Everything we do is right time, right place, looking at the right issues and dealing with them in the right way. And we do that every day in how we deploy our people. And I think that's critical for the finite resources and the expensive business that we're in, but also to know where to go and why we're going there. And then the next step for us, as we're starting to do already, is predict. And that's pretty cool, where we are trending now to understand where things are going to happen before they happen. So pretty cutting edge. So into the cannabis piece, I would hope that council's aware of most of these very public statements that have been made with respect to age and possession. I won't repeat them all, but I will draw your attention to the 4 plants per residence. That is one that we anticipate starting to see unfold as people starting to get their seeds and start to get their product and start considering growing in the off season with hydroponics and hydro and lighting and hopefully safety in mind. But what the legislation does say is that, and this was at a previous meeting, it was put to me, is, so you're telling me, Scott, that somebody can possess a round bale of cannabis in their home legally? And the answer is yes. There are no limits for how much cannabis can be possessed on one's home or in one's home, one's property. So you can grow, harvest, dry, store, grow, harvest, dry, store, and just repeat, and have a round bale in your home. And unless we're there for lawful possession and we see it, it would still be totally legal unless we think that there's something untoward happening in that residence. So that's something to be aware of. That's part of the legislation provincially and federally. So nothing at the local level. Edibles, Certainly, you can't buy edibles right now, but you can certainly make them, which, depending on who and how and how they're made, could be a problem going forward. Transporting a cannabis, this is where we've seen the majority of our charges right now. Steve, you'd probably agree that anything you're seeing publicly on our press releases is usually around being under 19 and possessing or some type of transportation of cannabis readily available to the driver of the vehicle. It's a lot of the, these are provincial charges that we've been laying with respect to that. So here's sort of getting into the nitty-gritty. I think everybody knows that this council hopefully is aware that it's aligned, cannabis rules are aligned with tobacco, unless otherwise prescribed. So those are just a couple of examples. In your residence, on your property, totally legal. Back porch, your multi-unit dwelling is where we anticipate things starting to increase the need for us to attend to sort out smell issues, to sort out access issues, just your typical differences between neighbor concerns. And we anticipate that probably will start to happen as the growing season comes too, for neighbor to neighbor, pro and con with respect to their four plants. And the bottom speaks to not in workplaces, not in vehicles, and not in vessels. So anything vehicle obviously relates to a boat or a vessel as well. These, you've probably had a chance to peek at your package there. These are the new provincial rules. They're ticketable offenses, as I've said there. We never used to have these. This is new. And actually came into effect at like midnight on the 17th of October for us. But we have a series of ticketable offenses, so similar to what you would get if you were pulled over on the side of the road for a headlight out, for a seatbelt infraction, for a speeding fine. We can now issue a ticket for those offenses and for those offenses. Majority, as I said, that we've seen so far are the under 19 care and control, readily available, and being under 19 in possession of. Provincial offenses, not criminal, out-of-court settlements, fines. So, bit of an idea what to look for there. I think we all know that the only way to purchase legally is through the Ontario Cannabis Store. We know also that there's been some impact on that from the distribution piece in terms of Canada Post and other challenges about not having enough product available at the onset. I'm sure that'll work its way through, but right now the only legal way to have cannabis is through the Ontario Cannabis Store. Your council will be making this decision before, on or about the 22nd of January with respect to private retail stores and the opting in, opting out, which is probably one of the reasons why you wanted me here today, just to give you, not my opinion, but just to give you the facts on how that looks in our community. So that is obviously a provincial decision for council to make locally. And we do know that any stores that will exist in the future will be regulated by the AGCO. Steve and I are already being asked about capacity for the AGCO and where Wellington might be able to help if something, if stores were to be erected in all of our communities or some of our communities, is the capacity for AGCO to manage and regulate these locations. And we all know that the whole reason for this is for the illegal market and to keep it out of the hands of our youth. And again, with us being only 2.5 months in, I can't really tell you one way or the other as to whether that's going to work or not. The drug impaired driving, November 20th, we had our first or maybe second post October 17th drug impaired driver apprehended and charged here in the community, or the county, I should say. I guess that tells you two things. One is that, as I said earlier in my presentation, we are still able to do those detections and to process and bring before the courts drug-impaired drivers. We did prior to the 17th, and we certainly are able to after the 17th. The bottom half of that slide talks about the Draeger 5000, which is a non-invasive saliva testing piece of equipment that's been approved by the Attorney General and is available for police services across the country. The OPP is chosen, as it says in the bottom slide there, bottom bullet point, to continue assessing other equipment that's available. So we, as an organization, are not moving to purchase this particular piece of equipment. Again, I go back just for comfort. Whether we have this equipment or not, it's another tool in our toolbox. Would we like it? For sure we would. Do we need it? No. Can we still apprehend, detect, arrest, and bring before the courts? Yes. Absolutely. So what are the challenges for us with cannabis? Top bullet is sort of the elephant in the room when it comes to county council and local council. There's bylaws that can be considered by local council, but any bylaw that's considered would have to have a complete and robust bylaw enforcement program. Because I can tell you there is no time in our daily patrol duties to try and find a guy with a red jacket walking down County Road 34 that was smoking a cannabis cigarette. And I say that with great respect. Like, I don't mean to be sarcastic in any way. We work with our communities. We help them currently with barking dog, with noise complaints. We work with bylaw. But some communities who have already considered this as an option, namely Gananoque, Shelburne, Newmarket, are going to have a robust program to support those bylaws. Determining quantity is something that is real for us. We are still trying to determine, without handling product, what a quantity of 30 grams looks like. I mean, we know that from experience, but I can tell you that we don't want, as police officers, to be handling any kind of product. There's too many risks with respect to fentanyl and carfentanil and things like that we cannot, for officer safety, be handling products. So we need to come up with, as an organization and greater law enforcement community, with a way to say this is 30, this is 50, this is 75 grams, so that we can understand what they look like. I can tell you what we probably won't be getting, and those are scales that we could set on the cannabis on there, because those scales will have to pass the scrutiny of courts and calibration and all of the additional needs that the courts would bring forward. So there's got to be a method yet to be determined. Storage of seized cannabis is something that Steve and I talk about a lot. If you're allowed to have 30 grams of cannabis on you and you're arrested for something totally different than cannabis, I'm responsible to store that cannabis and return it to you in the same fashion that it was seized from you. So if you're held for a couple weeks and you're gone to Maplehurst waiting for a bail hearing, and your cannabis is growing moldy in my vault, and I am dead serious. These are things that I have to think about, because I now have to figure out how I get you that cannabis back, and who's responsible for the fact that when you gave it to me, or when I seized it from you, it was dry and smokable, and now it's moldy and garbage. So another what if to think about, and that's in my realm. And I could tell you 100 different reasons how that could happen. I talked about unlimited possession per residence. I say grow, harvest, store, grow, harvest, store. Yeah, well, we'll see that. We'll see that go as it goes, and we'll be on our game for that. Talked about the increase in mental health and addiction. Dr. Tannenbaum from Public Health speaks to it, and we anticipate that whether it trends very sharply or gradually, that the addiction piece will be something that we'll be dealing with when it comes to frontline calls. And for us, as I've said publicly many times, we used to be the call of last resort. Now we're the call of first resort. So we get called for everything. And mental health and addiction is probably becoming one of our top calls. Edibles, fine when you can purchase it legally, not so much if you're making it at home. And drug impaired driving, lots of talk about, do you have the equipment and why aren't you? And this is going to be a concern, and I'm saying it's not. We'll take another piece of equipment in our arsenal, but we're still fine. Home cultivation, again, something we talk about a lot, but any first responders, whether it's paramedic, fire, or us, we have to be in a home for a lawful reason, and we won't know what's in anybody's home rightfully unless we're there for a lawful reason. 4 plants could be 14 plants, could be 40 plants. Access in that home to children, to pets, to whoever, we won't know. And we won't know until we're there lawfully and see what we see. Hopefully everybody being legal, but something to think about. Exposure to youth and pets I just spoke about. Mold, mold, fire. I talked a little bit about the mold issue for us in terms of storage. With hydroponics in the off season of growing, there's no doubt that people will endeavor to start getting their crop going here in the winter months, and that means hydroponics and lighting and power grid issues, depending on how creative they get. So, cooking and making concentrates. So, you can buy legal cannabis, and through a method you can look up online, you can create shatter, which is a highly concentrated kind of a toffee resin that you can compress and make it significantly more potent in THC levels than the cannabis that you purchase. And we've learned from Colorado and Washington that is a real concern that they've had post-legalization of cannabis. And what comes from that is fires and explosions. So we just make a comment about that. I talked about our calls for service. Again, we're still only a month and a half or 2 months in, 2.5 months in, so we're not seeing this increased spike of calls. It may just come gradually and over time. Invite me back in a year, and I may have some trending analysis for you in terms of what it looks like. I can tell you that we are being very public about what we're doing and the charges that are being laid, and I think that'll help in terms of, one, to know that we're doing our job, and two, to give people that aren't necessarily as learned as others what's actually happening in the communities. And the prosecution piece, I mean, that's just, I can sit here and tell you that defense counsel is just waiting for to take their first charges before the courts to defend them vigorously as they should, and case law perhaps will be set, and we'll be guided by case law as we are for many charges in the Criminal Code of Canada. So once those challenges come into play, that will steer us accordingly, and I suspect that you'll see those challenges start happening here in the next short while. So for you as a municipality, really the first bullet just speaks to, which is really why I'm here today, and Nina asked me to bump it up a bit so you guys and gals have time, but it's just about working together, and I'm just going to be candid with what we're seeing in our communities, and it'll be up to mayor and council to decide from that. But working with us, I think, sends a great signal to your constituents that we're all in this together. The bylaws, anything that's that's considered or has to be considered with bylaw officers or multiple bylaw officers in mind. Utilizing any existing bylaws are things that can be considered going forward, and you see a couple of comments I've made there with respect to some properties and I'm sure some zoning issues and things like that. And then really, as I encourage everybody to do, call us. And I get these questions quite often about should we, shouldn't we? Yeah, you should call us. If it seems very trivial, you never know what the linkages are, and your neighbor down the street or, an incident that happened in another community that we've linked back through DNA, through CCTV, through a license plate, through a gas drive off, through whatever means we have available, you never know. So we ask, and with respect to any crime, but certainly anything related to cannabis, that you let me know. And this should be the last slide. And kind of a funky pink there, but. Anyways, it's okay. No, it's good. Just some things to ponder with respect to your own municipality and your own employees. I know we do. The bottom bullet talks about fit for duty, very topical for us. And what does that mean for us as police officers? Being our whole self and being on our game every day. And now that cannabis is legal, what's the expectation of police officers in the OPP? And that's fit for duty. It's one bullet that speaks to, 30 things below it with respect to how we're expected to carry ourselves and be prepared for the start of our shift. So, as the boss and right hand, we're very adept at knowing and asking and taking a series of steps if somebody isn't their whole self and fit for duty. So that's my slide, subject to any questions you may have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Inspector Lawson. That was a great presentation. I'll open up to Council. Councilor Ruth, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. First off, I want to congratulate you on the success of your impact program. I've heard about this at the county meetings, and you guys are doing a fantastic job on that, and you're to be commended for that. And I think everyone in Wellington County should be very proud of our police department. I think we're blessed with one of the best forces in Ontario. When you say the big four for accidents, are they in the order of how it happens?
Yeah, no, like how I put it on the slide there? No.
And the reason I ask that, you hear that now distracted driving is more serious than impaired, and I just wonder, that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Councillor. Like, there's no particular order. As I say, unfortunately, in our communities, some collisions involve all four of those issues, and some involve one of those issues or multiple. But you're right, distraction is the leading cause of death now, surpassing alcohol. I won't say drug yet, but it's surpassing alcohol. So, but what I can tell you is during our festive time right now, we step up our enforcement, and you only have to read the local media to understand that in less than 2 weeks, we've taken off 12 alcohol impaired and I think 1 drug impaired driver in less than 2 weeks of our stepped up campaign. So nearly 1 a day is a reality in Wellington. And that's a stat that I hate repeating, but it's
Seems to be getting worse all the time.
well, it's twofold. Is one is we commit to it, so I think that's the takeaway. Like if we didn't commit, we wouldn't detect and wouldn't find them. We commit to them. It's an important piece of what we do. But it says they're still out there. Yeah.
You also say in your report that violent crime, property crime, and drugs account for 11% of the charges. What does drugs contribute to that 11%? Like, I don't know if you have that information.
Yeah, I don't at my fingertips, but they're almost linked together as they go, and I think that's kind of the takeaway is it's not, part of why I wanted to say that was with 250,000 calls for service, it's not 70%. It's a smaller percentage, but it almost is the underlying reason for a lot of what we see in our communities. And it almost becomes that foundation of property crime, stolen vehicles, gas drive-offs, addiction, which leads to domestic violence.
You do
Yeah,
a great job.
well,
I don't know how you do it. Now into the good stuff, I guess. We're faced with the problem that this is a legal product now, and whether there was much thought put into it or not, I don't know. But one that I can't believe is how much you can store in your home. I always was under the impression that if you were caught with cannabis in your car and it was over a certain amount, you could be charged with trafficking. Now, that may or may not be true. I don't
well, there's more needed for that. It's not just the quantity. There's some other indicators that we would need for it to be trafficking. And similar, Counselor, if we went into somebody's home and they had that infamous round bale in their cold storage or wherever in their back, pantry, if it is what it appears to be, then it's legal. If
seems a little exorbitant amount to me.
well, I say round bale because it came up at another
No,
council
I-
meeting, but
I
it's
understand
all,
what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to draw attention that it's any quantity.
Yes.
Right.
It's any quantity, as long as it's purchased legally or grown legally and stored without it looking like it's being sold, distributed, trafficked, it's legal.
And anything else I've learned about this, and you touched on it, is it's going to be really hard on the court system. And I've heard, and hear experts talk about it, but they're not always right, but they're saying that most of the charges will get thrown out anyway. So then, like you said, they're precedent setting. So it's a challenge ahead of us that I think the real purpose of legalizing it was to make it better, but I'm not sure that's what's going to happen. But I guess time will tell. But thanks again for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Counselor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll go right back to you've covered so much ground. I'll try to get through this quickly.
I usually get more questions than I can give answers to in these presentations, but
Go back to you mentioned about the program with the kids in the school, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I saw in the report we were provided that part of the goal is to create a rapport with the students, and you mentioned that you have a constable going into the elementary schools as well. But when I think back to my experience when Constable Kidd used to visit us at Aberfoyle, and he had quite a formidable presence with his arms crossed at the front of the room and his black or navy blue uniform and the big gun and the baton, rapport was not one of the things that came first to mind. It was more fear or terror. And I wondered, with this new program, are these still uniformed officers, ununiformed officers, or how do you address that? The idea of someone standing there with a gun and a uniform automatically creates that separation. How have you addressed that with this new program to create that rapport?
yeah, good. That's a great question, and that will always be our need to focus on that. One, because it's Jennifer Shantz, who's probably one of our best constables that can break down those barriers. And in fact, two of her children go to your local Aberfoyle Public School, so big win for Aberfoyle on that. But she just has this innate ability to reach the kids. There's a level of respect that comes with wearing this uniform, but we are a different police service, and I would suggest that most police services have to be different in this new world nowadays. And I think we've made significant gains in terms of our youth and getting back to having some respect for us as our role in our communities, but also knowing that we're also a part of the communities. Jen Shantz and our other four high school officers, they coach, they teach, they volunteer, they do countless things that for everyone that feels that there's that big presence, as you say, we chip away at that mindset every day. And I think we're winning on that, to be honest.
That sounds
Yeah.
good. So they're seen outside the uniform as well as
Oh,
so
absolutely.
that makes a huge difference.
And we also deliver programs. We deliver syndicates. We deliver programs. We graduate them. Our local service clubs support us with respect to a prize. It's a kind of a neat thing to go through the workbook and follow along with us, and parents get to see what their children are doing. It's a huge win.
Oh, great. You mentioned the impact team, the Councillor Rose did as well. You mentioned that there's diversion away from emergency rooms. Do they do not just diversions, but perhaps connections to services that those people might need otherwise as
Yeah,
well?
absolutely. That actually is really how they deal with it in when the crisis is happening. They have access to medical records, which we don't. They have real-time view on their handheld devices as to who your doctors are, what medication you're on, things that we're not privy to have. They have safety plans. They connect with supports. They do it all at the time when you're fully in a crisis, versus the only legislation that we have is the Mental Health Act and apprehending somebody and taking them to a hospital. And taking somebody and apprehending them, putting them in the back of a police car and taking them to an emergency department is not probably best suited for the person in crisis, and it's not fixing anything. Because typically what we see is if that happens, they spend their time on further assessment and they're back in the community. Whereas when we make connections at the time in somebody's home at their kitchen table, then we can get the things in place. We can get they can get a hold of the physician. They can, oh, I see you're not taking your medication. Oh, that could be something. Like all those things that police officers don't have the tools and the knowledge and the access to that kind of information. So 72% we average about 3 calls a day for mental health and addiction. And that number, if you ask me, in 2013 was about a call a day. So we're going up fairly exponentially, and we're apprehending that 28% that we're seeing needed to be apprehended. The other 72 that we're diverting, we're nailing it in terms of those two aspects. And we've proven that statistically, and I just need to get the hospitals to see the challenges we have too, so. Yeah.
That's great news. That's super, because it could also be diverting them from other services they might need.
Absolutely.
I could imagine there's other things that this is helping them prevent in the future as well, so that's good. That might have cost the county money in other departments. It's funny, as we talk about the province's approach to this, when I first heard about legalization, where it could be used, I imagined this is a product that was sort of a cross between alcohol and tobacco, sort of had a foot in each camp, and I kind of expected that you might see that it would kind of only be permitted where both of those were permitted, but we're seeing instead it's permitted where tobacco is permitted, but not in vehicles, which is consistent with alcohol. So when I think about it from our perspective, because you mentioned Shelburne and Gananoque and all those other places. I must admit, I struggle sometimes with that fully banned approach on public properties, especially, as we're still allowing special occasions permits or licensed events on public properties. So I'm trying to figure out how this all fits together. And I think I maybe got close to the answer to this next question about if we were to go down this route of a total ban on all public property, which I guess might include roads and sidewalks and everything. Who would be charged with enforcing that? Because it's not a provincial thing. I think you mentioned earlier that if anybody's going to go down this path, we better be ready to back it up with bylaw enforcement. Is that so? It wouldn't be you, or would it be you, or would it be, local staff? Or
it'd be local staff, and in their off hours, would we support them and respond to a call with that? Yes. The other thing that happens that it's never really been out there sort of and thought through, I don't believe, and I'm not sure about your council, but the administration to administer, I'll just say one bylaw member to detect and investigate one red-jacketed person in your community standing at the cenotaph smoking some cannabis that you've said a couple of councils earlier that you're going to ban, the time and effort to bring, what was that fine, $100? the administration to bring that before the courts, astronomical. And then the other thing that's never thought of, I don't believe by some, is that bylaw only has a certain amount of power, and if the person says, I don't want to identify myself, the bylaw officer or officers are, that's the end of their investigation. And then they call me or Steve or us, and then we get involved. And I'm just saying, before the council and mayor, I just don't have the time for a $100 cannabis ticket potentially, because that person darted into the, into the bush, and we'll never know who it is. So there's a lot to be thought through before making those decisions, in my respectful opinion.
I'm getting close to the end, Mr. Chair. Just on the opposite, the way it's set up now, where it's province has suggested or mandated that it's wherever it can be, tobacco can be smoked and not in vehicles, that would be the OPP that would enforce that piece, or that would be local bylaw regarding enforcing that cannabis can be smoked where tobacco can be smoked?
Yeah, I can tell you, we don't do a lot of tobacco investigations. I'm being very honest.
Yeah.
There's a public health piece in there too.
Right.
I know through our high schools, and vaping is a big challenge for us. We do some work with our high school and off property with respect to the selling of vapes to underage youth right now. But for us to get into, to your point, a lot of tobacco investigations, no, we don't. We don't.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's really great to see all the initiatives and partnerships that you have to manage all of the issues that come from all of the things that you spoke about. I think it's particularly fantastic that you have the youth resiliency officers in the school, because like you said, I do think it starts with the youth. I'm curious, one of the, I guess, goals of legalizing cannabis was to reduce the black market, that we say. I know that a whole lot of time hasn't passed, but I'm wondering, since the legalization of cannabis, has your, you mentioned your undercover team, have they noticed any kind of decrease
No.
in the black market?
No. And I say that fairly quickly, no, because it is new, but as much about, while it's new, people weren't even getting their product based on the
Right.
postal disruption. So that was another factor in play. And there, I mean, you can surf the web and see the pros and cons, and people don't want to be on camera going into a private retail store to be seen, so there's a stigma, so they'll still go to the black market. Like, there's so many other reasons, and sort of the to and fro on that, but I would say we've seen really no difference at this point, but I think we would need time to be confident in what we're saying going forward. Yeah.
Right. Another question I had is in terms of the drug recognition experts that you spoke about, and you said that there was 2. And I'm just wondering, is that an adequate amount to be detecting what's out there? And is it something in the future where more officers or all officers would be trained? in
Yeah,
that?
great question. So the first line of evidentiary gathering is the SFST. And we have, I would say, almost 2/3 of our frontline members trained already. So that's a great number. So you can rest assured every platoon has a good cadre of officers on each platoon that have that. So that's the first step before you go to a drug evaluation.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'll give you a quick scenario and then I'll get off this one. But so you get pulled over, we detect there's an admission, for example, of marijuana consumption. You go through those series of roadside tests.
Yeah.
If, in the officer's opinion, you fail, then you go before a drug recognition evaluator, a DRE,
okay.
in a controlled setting in a detachment, doing a series of additional tests. And then that DRE makes a determination of, I'll say, a pass or a fail. And then if it's a fail, they demand blood or urine.
Okay,
So that's currently how it happens.
okay.
The roadside saliva non-invasive is just another tool to corroborate our feelings of impairment. It doesn't sort of change anything, if you will. It's another good tool. But so that's kind of how it works. And then of course we can't draw blood or ask for a urine sample. We can ask, but we don't do that. We have to take you before a medical practitioner to do that.
So, I mean, I guess it seems that sort of all municipalities are kind of struggling with how we're going to manage this, but I can definitely see the challenges as each municipality starts to develop their own bylaws as to how they're going to handle that. I can definitely see the challenges for you in terms of when different municipalities have different bylaws, and I can't even imagine the logistics in determining what's allowed where. And I can also very much so foresee some challenges in terms of bylaw, in terms of the bylaw officers and confusion with the public as to who are they calling for what reasons. If they have a complaint, are they calling the bylaw officer or are they calling the police? And so, you know, I can definitely see a lot of challenges that way. I think in terms of the Township of Puslinch and developing our own bylaws, it's important that we get it right, but it's a big job. And I think it really does need to be a collaborative effort amongst the municipalities, amongst the police department, to figure out what the best way is to manage those enforcement challenges and the operational challenges that are involved with that. And I guess maybe this is a question for the CAO, Karen. I don't know, is there any kind of method of gathering the minds of all of the community, all of the municipalities in the county to find ways of coming up with bylaws that are maybe more consistent amongst all of us?
Yes, actually, in the past, the counties, all the municipalities within the county have worked collaboratively with respect to, I'm going to call it a traffic or parking bylaw, and also with respect to a noise bylaw. So basically, they're the same across all of the local municipalities within the county. And we actually did have a CAO's meeting not too long ago, and we had representation from the OPP in attendance at that meeting. And with respect to knowing that this issue is coming before all councils within the County of Wellington, we had those discussions with respect to separating the two issues right now. First, as it relates to the township's decision regarding retail stores and whether we're going to opt in or opt out, because you have that looming deadline of January 22nd. And then secondly, with respect to a bylaw, that if there is going to be a bylaw, then we should work all together in terms of what that bylaw looks like, and consider all the things that I think Inspector Lawson has raised here today, because there are significant challenges with respect to enforcement. And then when you're looking at enforcement, it's best if you're doing it the same across the county. So the first issue that we said during that meeting should be dealt with is, of course, the retail store component, recognizing that we need to look at the bylaw component, but that needs to come later. And also, we also recognize the fact that, as Inspector Lawson did indicate, a few municipalities have already passed a bylaw, and they are facing some challenges. And so hopefully, as time moves forward, we'll get a better understanding of all those challenges that they're facing.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I couldn't agree more. And this is the only opinion I'll give. Crawl, walk, run.
Yes.
Slow and steady wins a race. This is not a sprint. There is so many unknowns and more questions than answers. So that would be my only comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sapoulis?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I echo the sentiments expressed by the rest of the councillors in terms of the good work you're doing.
Thank you.
Two questions. One is piggybacking what Councillor Goya has talked about, is the consistency of the bylaws. Have you made your presentation to Wellington County?
Yes.
And have they expressed any desire to coordinate a unified approach among all the municipalities?
Yeah, and I know the CAOs, it was a couple Fridays ago, they met already, and all the CAOs meet quarterly anyways, so there's been already some dialogue about that. And I know
I'm more interested in what the political climate
Oh.
was when you, in agreement in that, or?
I don't know if
I really think it's got to come from the top.
Yeah. Well, let me give an example. This is just an example of if you create a bylaw in your municipality and it doesn't include the county road, how am I going to enforce that? So if you walk down County Road 34, smoking a cannabis, I'll say cigarette that you said was illegal in your municipality, I'm not sure how I'm going to manage that. So that's just one example of many that I think is why I can tell you I'm delivering this. I delivered it last Friday. I'm leaving here and going to Erin for 3 o'clock. So I'm making sure. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of viewpoints. I'm not sure I'm in a position to I don't think it'd be fair for me to.
I'll be asking our mayor to take it up with London County, at least some leadership at the top to champion the uniformity of all these bylaws.
Okay.
The next question relates to opting in or opting out. It's probably a difficult question to answer. Whether we opt in or not, do you see a difference in the enforcement level? I know it's going to depend on the bylaws, but assuming we got uniform bylaws across London County, whether or not we as a township opt in or opt out, do you see a difference in the level of policing required?
I would say yes to that. And my reason for that is because while it's so new, there might be a viewpoint in a particular municipality or in a neighborhood or in a business area that now has a retail cannabis store that they don't want in their neighborhood. And for that reason alone, I suspect that we will be involved from a call for service perspective, just on that aspect alone.
In terms of this legalization of cannabis, do you see an overall policing cost increase over and above what you have now?
It's early, but I would say I've kind of indicated that I think I'm seeing mental health and addiction going up, on I'll say a yearly basis. I anticipate that we are going to be more burdened with calls for service based on cannabis as it becomes more commonplace in our communities.
I guess it's so difficult for you to ask a question. What do you think, 20%, 10%?
Yeah,
Awfully too early.
It's so
Perhaps in a
early.
year's time,
Yeah.
you have a better.
Yeah, and I wish I had, I'll tell you, Steve and I were ready for, kind of that Y2K, boom, it's hit. It's the 17th at midnight, but it's kind of been fairly benign right now. But I say right now with a caveat, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Inspector Lawson, thank you for your presentation. I won't keep you much longer.
Yeah,
So, being here-
they're going to put me on a little later on their agenda, so I'm good.
The counselors did a fantastic job of getting clarification through the presentation. I as well had a question about the enforcement of the bylaw,
Yeah.
but that's been addressed. But what I do want to ask you is, though, even though there will be challenges with enforcing the bylaw, there is some integrity to having one on the books. I mean, it might just keep the honest people honest, or we shouldn't not have a bylaw because we face these challenges of enforcement, is kind of what I'm asking you. And it would be a uniform bylaw, countywide, whatever form it takes. I think there is some merit, and would you agree with that we should have something on the books of some sort?
I'm hesitating because I think it depends on what that is.
I guess it could take a bunch of different.
Yes, and I can tell you, and this might answer Councillor's comment to some extent, there's a municipality that probably isn't going to do anything.
What's your opinion on that?
I'm okay with that right now.
Okay.
I honestly am okay with that right now. There are too many questions and not enough answers.
Well, and that's why I like your comment about crawl, walk, then run, and with this looming January 22nd deadline for, the opt-in or out. I feel that the province is forcing us to run before we can crawl and walk. So again, thank you too for your time. I'll let you get on.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions and your time. Sorry it went a bit long, but I usually have more questions than I can provide, but I appreciate your time, and congratulations to your new council and you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Moved by Matthew Ballmer, seconded by Ken Ruth. The council receives a presentation by Inspector Scott Lawson, Ontario Provincial Police Detachment Commander, with respect to the new new legalization of cannabis and how it might affect policing and the community. All in favor? Okay. All right, so we'll get to our second delegation. Sorry, we're running a little bit late. It's come down to the desk here. So after you, this is where are we? Silvana
San Giuliano.
and Giuliano. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the process, but we'll give you 10 minutes for your presentation. Once you're complete, we'll just open it up to council for them to ask you some questions, and then, okay? So whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer. Or whenever you start talking, I'll start the timer.
I want to again offer my congratulations on the appointment to council and mayor, and thank you for allowing me to present before you today. Many issues surrounding the legalization of cannabis, I feel, are counterintuitive, defying common sense. The apparent concern of our government points towards eradicating the black market and promoting safety of our youth.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? Can you just move the microphone over
course.
towards you, or even?
Yes, sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you.
How's that?
Perfect.
Is that okay? Okay. So the apparent concern of our government points towards eradicating the black market and promoting safety for our youth, yet they have approved the sale and consumption of a psychoactive, addictive drug which will neither eradicate the black market nor protect our youth. It will do the exact opposite. This begs the question, who are the real pushers? Municipalities have the power to opt out of hosting retail marijuana outlets before January 22nd, 2019. Otherwise, they are automatically opted in. This cannot be reversed. Municipalities forfeit all rights regarding the number and location of retail stores. No amount of money can justify the negative ramifications of marijuana legalization. It does not account for the undertaking of building the framework to support legalization, such as public health and safety, workplace safety, policing, emergency services, and education. In 2014, Colorado became the first state to legalize marijuana. The black market is booming. Crime is on the rise. Hospital visits are increasing. Now its governor won't rule out recriminalizing it. There are more recreational marijuana dispensaries in Denver than Starbucks and McDonald's combined. Can you imagine? It's easier to find a bag of weed than coffee and fast food. Overproduction equates to a black market boost. Desperate cultivators turn to the black market to get whatever price they can, instead of destroying product they can't unload due to strict regulatory oversight. The Drug Enforcement Administration says drug trafficking organizations move in, disguised as legitimate operations. They will exploit Canadian laws to increase profits, peddling pot right outside legal dispensaries, undercutting prices. Even if all the jurisdictions in Canada legalize the drug at the same time, it will not snuff out the illegal market and the crime that goes with it. These organizations will come to Canada from the United States and around the world to rob people at gunpoint for their marijuana. They will kill people. There's a very dark side to it. And that's a direct quote from the DEA. As unbelievable as this may sound, shootings and attempted break-ins have occurred at legal medical facilities in southwestern Ontario. In 2016, a medicinal marijuana grow operation in Erin was targeted by 4 people carrying firearms during an attempted break-and-enter. A recent shooting at a licensed marijuana growing facility in Simcoe in Norfolk County left 1 man seriously injured. Norfolk County has opted out. Buyers will stay with who and what they trust. Since the THC content in black market supply is 2 to 4 times stronger, one would have to buy the equivalent amount at a greater cost legally to achieve the high they are accustomed to. There is no incentive to switch to a private retailer. In a small community where people know one another, patrons don't want the stigma of being seen by their employer or by others entering or exiting marijuana stores. An anonymous Colorado drug dealer says legalization hasn't had a big impact on his business because he caters to clients who want to maintain their privacy. His clientele also includes a number of truck drivers. Did you know in Canada, the legal amount you can carry is 30 grams? This can yield up to approximately 100 joints. 100 joints, legal amount. 4 plants yield at least 3,000 joints every 3 months with the ability to stockpile. What is one going to do with all this pot? These exorbitant amounts are incomprehensible and will lead to increased drug use, addiction, and dealing. Making marijuana legal gives false perception to adolescents of the drug's harmful effects. Allowing smoking normalizes that it is safe and acceptable. The rational part of the brain is not fully developed until the age of 25. Marijuana consumption leads to risky behaviors, increased marijuana use, and aggressive and delinquent behavior. It increases risk for psychiatric disorders, including psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, substance use disorders, and suicide. Although cannabis overdoses are rarely fatal, in Ontario they have almost tripled since 2013. 1 in 7 cannabis users reports driving within 2 hours of using it. A 10-year trend shows 1 in 4 teens who died in motor vehicle accidents tested positive for cannabis. 1 in 4 teens. Edibles will be introduced in 2019. Food and beverage companies are forming alliances with cannabis producers. This is dangerous. It could be perceived as acceptable for youth consumption, especially with brand recognition and heavy advertising to that demographic. Implications of edibles include potency of THC more than 20% and hashish up to 90%. Psychoactive effects are delayed up to 4 hours, but can last more than 8 hours, extending the duration of impairment. The availability of diverse edibles puts young children at risk for unintentional poisoning. In Colorado, 1 year after legalization, there were 70% more calls to poison control centers for children under 9 years of age. Increased hospital visits and death. Some believe employment opportunities for locals will increase. However, senior governments have allowed tens of thousands of foreign workers to be brought in as marijuana laborers for major producers in Canada. A great deal of time and money is being spent on economic development, beautification, and revitalization of our communities, only to be undone by loitering and crime, which will further escalate since marijuana stores will stay open until 11 p.m. when other businesses will be closed. Envision walking down the street and in parking lots through clouds of secondhand smoke on your way to your favorite restaurant, store, park, or arena. Municipalities have the power and social responsibility to enact bylaws to protect the health and safety of our citizens. You can follow examples of Shelburne by implementing a bylaw prohibiting smoking in all public places and opt out, as larger population centers of Richmond Hill, Markham, King Township, Norfolk County, and Brantford have already done. Declare a smoke-free environment in public spaces, prohibiting use of tobacco and marijuana in any form. Implement bylaws prohibiting the growing of cannabis anywhere. Ban edibles. Do not forfeit your rights. Stop private marijuana retailers and producers from entering our communities. Please opt out of hosting retail marijuana outlets before January 22nd, 2019. Taking a wait-and-see approach will be too late. You will never be allowed to opt out after this date. The opt-in decision is final and irreversible. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Sylvana. Councillor Ruth, any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I just have one question. Do you think prohibition works?
I am not an expert on this topic. obviously, and I can only speak to what I have in the 11-page report that I sent you a few weeks ago and to what I've said today. One of my concerns when people do say that, taking it at face value, we still have issues with drinking and driving. So does prohibition work?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'll be up front. I don't know if you saw the letter from the school board that we received. It was a very thoughtful letter, I thought, and so it sort of prompted some of my questions. They're suggesting we opt out as well in the short term while we consider it. And I must admit, I have no issues with opting out in the short term while we learn more about this, because it preserves our options in the future. And it's interesting, after our inaugural this morning, I was sitting with someone from the community who reminded me we went through all this with alcohol in the past as well. And I was also reminded recently that it wasn't, I think it might have been as late as the 60s when this township was a dry township, up until I think the 60s. So we have been through this type of question before. But in the ask for us to opt out permanently, are you not concerned that perhaps, as the school board suggested, that one of the concerns about the black market is that product, which we know everybody's using already, is not as clean as it could be. It's laced, it's contaminated with fentanyl, carfentanil, and by not enabling some access of a cleaner, safer source, I know you may not be comfortable with that term, but I think that's what people are trying to position these shops as, that we will be leading future users into the hands of the black market and the unsafe source?
Well, I think with, again, referencing what my former report and what Inspector Scott Lawson said, I think for those reasons, the black market will not be eradicated. Those who are using right now, as I said before, in order to access the same high that they're used to, and for other reasons outlined, that is not going to eradicate the black market. They're not going to go, if they're using 40% THC content in something, what is going to have them go to the legal market? And then again, in the small communities in which we live, there is that stigma attached, being seen by your employer or someone else who going into one of these stores. So there are unfortunately still many reasons why this supports.
Understood. And I wasn't asking whether it was going to kill a black market or not. I was just concerned about not providing people a source of clean stuff. But I'm glad you mentioned the stigma, because I had to think about that a lot in your presentation. And I thought, if that were the case, then if there was going to be a significant stigma with going to these shops, perhaps they won't be as successful in rural areas. They may set up but close due to lack of business. So wouldn't the online shops be of a greater concern in rural areas if the brick and mortar ones are going to have this stigma attached?
Well, for the first part of your question, I should say that you cannot, if that were to happen and things did not go the way that municipalities thought, should they have opted in, they cannot opt out.
Understood.
Can't just, because that's the Alcohol Gaming Commission that distributes the licenses. And as far as the online cannabis, that to me is a whole other issue that I have, because I naturally don't agree with that either. Because, for identification purposes and all the other ramifications that associate with that, Canada Post, theft, robbery, people coming, now they deliver to your door.
Yes.
The Canada Post, what kind of added responsibility are they going to have to ask for ID coming to the door, especially now at a time when not only them, but even other couriers, they don't even require a signature for some packages. They leave them at your door. People can start going through your neighborhood looking at doors to see if their package is sitting in front of your door. Like, one doesn't know what's going to happen with that. So I don't agree with that either. I'm sorry. So.
Right. Okay, well, thank you. And then one last question would be, both you and Inspector Lawson mentioned stockpiling. And it made me think back as a kid. Every fall, we used to get a truckload of grapes in, and we would make wine, and there would be hundreds of, we stockpiled hundreds of bottles of wine, sometimes 2 years' worth all at once. So I'm trying to, maybe you can help me understand, with people with homemade beer and homemade wine and other things, there's stockpiling there too. Can you help me understand the unique difference between stockpiling one and stockpiling another?
Well, my question would be, so if you're stockpiling, let's say, alcohol, you're doing that, whether you're using it for your own personal use or if you're having company or something like that. But if you're stockpiling pot, what are you doing with that? Why does someone need so much? Are they going to be sharing it with friends? Are they going to roll up their joints and start tossing them out at schoolyards? Like, are kids going to get their hands on that? I just don't see how that equates or compares to that personally.
Or perhaps someone's stockpiling to take to the cottage. I don't know, I'm trying to see what the difference is.
Again, I can only respond from my own personal, thought. Again, it's
Okay.
it's unfathomable to me
Right.
that would, like, even in Amsterdam, like, which people know for what it's known for, they only allow 5 grams. I mean, we're allowing 6 times more than that.
Right, okay. Well, that's an important piece of information. So your concern is not so much about the stockpiling is permitted, but the scale to which stockpiling is permitted.
No, I don't agree with it at all, I should reiterate. So I appreciate your questions, but it just leads back to my same objective here, is to stop it. I don't agree with the legalization of it at all.
Oh, okay, super, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer. Councillor Goyda?
Thank you very much for your presentation today. I can certainly appreciate that has probably taken you quite a lot of time to research and draw all those facts that you've included in your letter. So thank you for doing that. I think that you raise a lot of good points in your letter, and I think that likely a lot of those points and thoughts are probably shared by many. I guess for me, there's no way of knowing how all of these things are going to ultimately impact our community. And as we heard from Officer Scott Lawson today, that implementing bylaws to declare a smoke-free community is maybe not necessarily the right solution either, because it causes a whole other multitude of challenges. But I do think that there are two sort of separate issues that we need to talk about, and one of them is today, one of them is opting in or opting out, and one of them is the development of these bylaws. And I think that we need to tread carefully as we go about making bylaws. But unfortunately, and as the mayor indicated earlier, we don't have that luxury of time with the opting in and opting out. But I do know that you had mentioned in your letter that that you're asking, one of the things that you've said is that we should be asking public input on this, and that is something I can agree with. And other than that, I have no questions.
Thank you, Councillor Goyda. Councillor Sapoulis?
No, I have no questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. My concern with enacting the bylaws, like Inspector Lawson mentioned, is the enforcement of them. However, I agree with his crawl first aspect, and what I see as a loss if we opt out immediately is this prospect of funding. And as you know, the township is constantly looking for more funding for roads infrastructure, and the province has done this on purpose. They're dangling this carrot in front of us, saying that if you opt in, you're going to get 50% of this, any profits over 100 million. But then we have to share that with the county at 50%. So I am not interested in running before crawling on that small perspective of funding, but I want the public to be aware that when we're needing, infrastructure money, and then this funding comes down in 5 or 10 years and we've opted out, that's a consequence that we have to accept. So that's just my only comment, and that you did a great presentation. It was very factual, and I really appreciated it. And I do believe we're going to be discussing a public information meeting regarding the legalization of cannabis later on in the council.
I just want to add, Mayor, thank you. Sorry.
So we're running behind, so
Yes.
I didn't ask you any questions. I don't want to do this to you, but we're running late, so we can't have a
I
dialogue.
also have to be an Aaron with Scott.
So I really appreciate
I just
your
want to say, it's not about infrastructure, actually. That money is only for the marijuana legalization. The money that's coming in cannot be used for that.
Oh, there you go. So even
I just
more
want to
reason. Yeah,
reiterate.
thank you.
So people
So-
understand that 100
Yeah,
million. and
more
the
reason
cap.
to not
And-
jump in.
Yes, and they're also talking 40% now, so they've also decreased it.
All right,
From
thank you very much.
50 to 40. Thank you very much.
Moved by Ken Ruth, seconded by Matthew Ballmer. The council receives a presentation by Sylvanas, I'm going to butcher this, I'm sorry. San Giuliano with respect to staff Report ADM 2018-042 Cannabis Update Retail Stores. All in favor? Carried. All right, Roselle. Okay. Oh, we got, yeah, so our next delegate is Mr. Wayne Wood. Wouldn't mind coming down. Sorry, we've been running a little bit behind, but these,
No problem. Well, similar to the last two delegations, we want to offer our joy in seeing that you were elected as mayor and that Jessica was elected as a councillor. So part of what we're doing today is basically to provide you, and some of the other councillors have heard from us during the term of the last council, but we thought there would be benefit to starting almost at the beginning with asset management. So the two of you would have an introductory course sort of into asset management, what we're doing, and the significance of today, and that's important to understand as well. We've been working with township staff for a number of months, over a year, in regard to implementing an asset management system for the township. And I guess I would start with who we are. We're a relatively local company. We're a team of engineers and planners. I'm located in Brantford, Ontario. We do have offices in Mississauga and Niagara Falls. And a company that we work very closely with is DFA. And John Murphy on my left, or my right, will be speaking to you in regard to a part of today's presentation. Andrew Granson, beside me, is an employee of UEM working in our Brantford office. And he's been very involved in the evolution of the Push Lynch asset management system. And I think I should start out by basically explaining a little bit about asset management and why we're here today. But asset management has been around really as a tool to better manage municipal infrastructure for at least 15 years. My background, by the way, is municipal engineering. Until I retired and joined UEM, I was the general manager of engineering and operations for the city of Brantford, and became involved with asset management systems in the approximately 15 years ago in an attempt to find better methodologies to manage infrastructure. And during the last 5 years, the province has increasingly become interested in asset management. I have to apologize with the glasses if I look a little bit weird. I had a cornea transplant a week ago today. Can't wear glasses, at least my glasses, so I bought some cheaters so I can at least read. I'm not too bad at a distance, but reading is a difficulty. So the province, a number of years ago, published a document, Building Together Guide for Municipal Asset Management Plans. And you may or may not be aware of that document, but suffice to say that that really was the province's first attempt to provide assistance in establishing better methodologies of maintaining assets in the municipal environment. And certainly over the last 15 years, we've talked at great length in regard to what really is happening to municipal infrastructure throughout the country. Federation of Canadian Municipalities published a number of documents that attempted to establish what the real need for investment in infrastructure was. And that has continued until the present. My experience, as I said, began with the city of Brantford and continues with UEM. To talk about a little bit about our skills before I move on, hopefully to bring a comfort level. Our company was asked by the Ministry of Finance 2 years ago to do a presentation to all municipal treasurers east of Durham through to the provincial line between Ontario and Quebec, specifically in regard to risk-based asset management. And that's what we bring. I was the individual that was asked by the Ministry of Finance to do that presentation. And they were very complimentary in regard to it. So really, what is asset management? Why are we here today? The province passed Ontario Regulation 588-17, which is an asset management planning regulation under the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperities Act. So what we're going to do today is primarily talk to you about what is a municipal asset management plan, what's a municipal asset management policy, and there's a significant difference, and the regulatory requirements in regard to what we're facing in the near future. And I wanted to point to the fact that, and I supplied a screen. I just want to do this sort of is an overview of the regulation 588-17. And if you look at the box in the top right-hand corner or left-hand corner, this outlines the regulatory requirements in terms of developing policies and systems. Municipalities in Ontario are required to provide and to develop a best practices and continued improvement plan that becomes, in effect, a policy of the municipality in regard to asset management. The time frames subsequent to completing that policy are to develop a phase one of the asset management plan, which is to develop a knowledge base of core municipal assets, an inventory of all assets, and the levels of service measured by standard metrics. And those metrics include the cost to maintain levels of service. There's a third phase two, which indicates that by July 1st of 2023, that all assets will be included in what we call an asset registry. That's assets above and beyond the core assets. And the last date of significance is by July 1st, 2024, we're to define all proposed levels of service and develop a financial management and life cycle management strategy for the township. And John is here primarily today, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes after I finish the introduction. And I want to talk about John's skills. He's a former municipal employee, and he is a former finance director. So he brings a lot of municipal experience from a financial perspective. In summary, why are we doing asset management? What are really the advantages? And to be blunt, there's two major advantages. One, it allows council to make better decisions. They know what they've got. They know what the projected life is, replacement costs, and allows them to set priorities based upon a better decision process. And it maintains the public trust, and that's very important, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But it's important to remember that public trust is very important to all of us at the present time. We've got to be able to make better decisions, and we've got to include the public to some degree in regard to the decisions we're making. The primary reason we're here today is to talk about going forward. We will be moving to a public meeting that is scheduled in January, specifically January 17th, which I think will be in this room. That's the plan at the present time. And it's important that, obviously, when we go to the public, that we go with the knowledge that, and I think you would want to know, that you've had an opportunity to see a bit of the information that's going to the public. We're especially interested in levels of service, not so much the final plan. We're here today to fill you in. We're not expecting an outright approval of our presentation. We expect that you will receive it and that you will concur that there should be a public presentation on January 17th, seeking public input in regard to the whole process. And that's a very key component of what building together really means. The Regulation 588-17 pretty well mandates that there be some level of input from the public into the final plan. Subsequent to that public meeting, we will be returning, and I may have, and I mentioned that in terms of what we're talking about today. We will be returning to you with a final presentation and a report in early February that's already scheduled. I can't quite remember the date, but it doesn't matter. I think it's the second week in February. So you will have an opportunity to hear from us again, to debate the pros and cons of what we've presented to you, and to hear what the public think about asset management. So what is asset management? We didn't actually create, we took this simple diagram, which we thought would clarify really what it is. And it's taken from some of the support documents of 588-17. So it's long-term financial planning. It's the asset management and planning of infrastructure, and it's a budgeting process, and that ultimately results in a strategic plan, which hopefully will, similar to other strategic plans that you may have developed or will develop in the future, the opportunity to better manage your infrastructure. A point was raised by one of the councillors that I found interesting, and it's important to recognize that we're primarily talking about existing infrastructure. We're not forecasting what your infrastructure needs are into the future. That's part of a strategic growth scenario. So we're not developing a strategic growth plan here. We're simply taking data that's available or has been recently collected in regard to your infrastructure, applying consequence of risk and consequence of failure methodologies to assessing the infrastructure, and suggesting a potential capital plan that includes the management, replacement, and need for policy development for existing infrastructure. And we know through this whole process, we've heard about potentially a new soccer field, and certainly that is not part of this type of a process. We have a screen here that we've developed with DFA in regard to how the process works in terms of what we did. So we developed the asset parameters, and I know this is a very small scale, but suffice to say that feeds down through this list, and it basically creates an asset inventory. And when we first met with council, one of the councillors indicated how happy he was that finally we were going to see a complete list of what assets are owned by the municipality. And we've substantially done that. In regard to that inventory, I would say it's 99% complete. There will be minor changes, and staff have indicated to me personally that they're concerned about any changes. And we have made a commitment that as we refine, we move from 99 to 100%. As we make a change from this point on until we go to the public on January 17th, we will provide update reports that can be forwarded to council to show and illustrate any changes to the asset inventory. But the development has been with the staff of the municipality. We've had some discussions that at times have bordered on not arguments, but the establishment of positions. And that process has been very healthy in terms of the evolution of the asset inventory. So we take, and excuse me, I keep reaching for these, but we take the asset inventory and we include a modeling process that deals with risk, consequence of risk, probability of failure, and a series of outcome modelings. And we export that modeling and we apply it to the asset inventory into a reporting methodology, which in many cases is financial and provides assistance in counsel in terms of recognizing potential needs conforming to Regulation 588-17. So I want to just talk about the balance of the presentation. As I indicated, we've substantially completed the inventory. We're going to the public on January 17th. We will be meeting with you, and I do have the date, I wrote it down here, on February 6th to update council on public feedback and to approve the strategic asset management policy and service level policy and to present our final report. We have included in today's presentation an overview of the service level policy, which we will get to shortly. And rest assured, as part of that final report will be a strategic asset management policy, which is required by the regulation. And that's been substantially completed by myself. We have staff just checking the regulation to ensure that I've covered every point that's required in terms of policy. 588-17 and is divided into two sections. First section is policy. Second section is service level and updates of the required plan. So I mentioned policy, and I put this screen in, so a little bit of further information, because it is a policy that you will potentially wrestle with in February. You may see it before through a separate report from staff to yourselves as an information item, but it formulates the municipality's commitment to asset management, and it aligns the asset management actions with strategic goals and objectives, and provides direction to guide council, management, and staff in carrying out business strategies associated with asset management. And it will provide support in focusing infrastructure efforts on managing risk and addressing priorities, and meeting short-term and long-term financial needs within the bounds of possible funding. So you will see that in the not too distant future, and will be an initial part of our meeting in February. We've provided this next screen, which again somewhat duplicates what I've already said in regard to the strategic asset management framework. But it's very important to understand the whole process. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this screen, but basically it establishes a strategic plan, and it takes the core values, the vision, and the principles of the municipality and develops policies and programs in terms of service deliveries. And it aligns those with a risk management strategy. One of the key components of asset management now is risk management. That's one of the reasons the Ministry of Finance, before Reg 588-17 was drafted, were interested in what our firm were saying in terms of risk management. It's important that through a number of areas of municipal interest, that we manage risk management, and we'll talk about those in a minute. And it established level of service strategies and key public reporting and strategic key levels of service strategies, public reporting, and strategic decision-making methodologies. And we talk very often when we're talking asset management about the true life cycle management of an asset. It's not good enough to build an asset, you have to appreciate and understand over the life cycle of that asset what the implication's going to be in terms of your cost. It's one thing to develop a 10-year capital plan, but what's going to happen to those assets over the life of the asset, especially if you're dealing with an asset that has a 50-year life cycle. And we combine that with asset and reserve management strategies, which John will be talking about briefly, to produce a number of reports, strategic asset management reports. I want to go back to an asset registry. I've mentioned it, but this screen highlights some of the key aspects of an asset management registry: age, condition, remaining life, replacement value or remediation cost of the assets, the risk of failure, and the consequence of failure. Obviously, and during our discussions with staff, you could have a small culvert in a road fail, and the risk is there within your municipality. The consequence of failure could be very minimal, and you have to balance potential for risk and the consequence of risk in your decision-making process. So we've tried to create an asset registry which takes all of that into consideration. We provided a very detailed sample of the asset registry. And this isn't all of the registry, this is just a sample. But we picked bridges, culverts, some asphalt roads, just a sample. To run this, we have about 5 or 6 pages here. To run the whole asset registry on journal paper, we're talking 70 pages. So we didn't do that for today, and we really didn't think you'd be that interested in looking at all of that asset registry at this point. We can provide staff with access to that full registry subsequent to today's meeting, if you so wish. Staff have seen the asset registry. Staff have availability to that registry at the present time, less a few minor changes that have been made in the last few days. Yeah, this screen illustrates the asset classes in the registry, and we obviously don't have them, but you can see in what areas you have defined assets at the present time. When we built the system, we also provided, and I don't think this shows it, but obviously I'll tell you what we've done in a number of key areas that potentially you could be involved in the future. We basically have placeholders in the registry. For instance, big one would be water treatment. We're not saying you have water treatment assets at the present time, but if you were to build a small water treatment plant, develop water distribution mains, reservoirs, pumping stations, we have placeholders in the registry for someone in the future to add data in regard to those assets. And we have in a couple other areas. Obviously, a big one would be a sewage treatment facility. So into the registry, we've built those placeholders. I've mentioned a couple of times, and I've used the terminology risk and consequence of failure. When we previously met with council and staff, we created a version of this with input from staff. And I mentioned on this screen risk and consequence of failure. It's obviously not very descriptive at the present time, but it basically illustrates 3 screens which you're about to see as you move on into especially handout number 2 in what we provided you. And one is a simple description of the factors in which we rated consequence of failure, what became very important, and I'll just highlight those quickly. And it also highlights the consequence of failure in terms of a numerical numbering from insignificant down to severe. And this description, it's fairly detailed, was used, as I said, in a number of areas: health and safety, external demand, which basically reflects the impact on reputation and image, operational and internal demand, environmental consequence, financial, political, and legal and regulatory. And we evolved that into the second page of handout number 2 in regard to a numerical description of the impact of failure and risk maintenance and the risk matrix, again being numbered 1 to 5. And I think what's very important is to, if you're looking at this large plan, which was provided on your handout, you will see as you move to severe, very high, very high, very high, and some high ratings in the top right corner, you start realizing the area where we will be, where we've analyzed all of the data, the impact of consequence of failure, and we start moving into the area that has higher consequence of failure and higher probability of failure. And that tends to be where we're going with asset management in terms of developing capital plans. And on the third page of the handout, we also provided a bar chart which illustrates the impact of consequence of failure on the range of assets that you presently own. As we move into the red area, and potentially the highest areas of impact upon the municipality as the result of failure of the assets. The fourth page defines the consequence of failure in asset classes in a different form. It's still, it's adopting what the last 3 pages of the handout. My understanding is hopefully you all got this. But again, it's the evolution of a true numerical system that's used when it gets down to prioritizing assets beyond the needs of the community. And we will be showing these screens to the public, and we will be doing what we think will be a simplified presentation of how we're talking today. And the last page, again, simply illustrates basically the same information. All of these are an evolution of the consequence of failure logic. We maybe went a little bit overboard with some of the screens, and you will see these in the final report. We did have a query in regard to, in the last few weeks, in regard to the logic of consequence of failure and how we provide it. So we showed this on the last page of handout number 2 that we developed, which, although I realize may be somewhat difficult to understand, but if you need greater description of this page, we can provide it today, or we can subsequent today provide greater information. Again, the final report that we present to you in February will have verbiage that explains all of these screens and will be either part of the main report, certainly consequence of failure, and the processes will be discussed in detail. And some of these screens you will see again in the appendices to the report. Now, we wanted to talk about service level policies because that's very important. Really, that's where we're heading in regard to this public meeting. So roads are your largest capital expenditure, area of capital expenditure. present time, you're either rehabilitating roads and you're replacing roads based on a life cycle and a pavement condition index called a PCI, which has a range of about 1 to 100. These standards are used throughout the province of Ontario. It's not anything new. Most of the road needs consultants that look at your assets, your road assets, are using a PCI index to determine the condition of the road. Interestingly, the Ontario Good Roads Association, which I don't know if you're a member of or not, but we are doing some work with them, one of our other team members who's on vacation today. And they're extremely interested in what we're doing in Pushlands. We've talked to them, and it's pretty well recognized throughout the province of Ontario at the present time, especially with smaller municipalities, that Regulation 58817 is a real challenge. And one of the good things you're doing is bringing to the forefront the potential for assisting other smaller municipalities in the province. They have a standing committee that's presently working on methodologies for better managing roads, whether they be gravel roads, paved roads, or whatever. So we have indicated to them a willingness to share the information subject to the approval of the township. We also included on handout number 3, and we won't spend a lot of time on that, but the present Ontario road classification that is used and is published as part of the minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways. And I know probably some of you haven't had a chance to see that. It has a direct impact in that the majority of the roads in Pushlands are classified as 3, 4s, and 5s. And we wanted to talk, we have provided a recommendation for a service level of 65, 60, and 60. And what that really means is that what we're recommending, and you see these screens, to illustrate what we're talking about, you can see different methodologies, different ratings from 100 down to 10, and a sample from our perspective of what those pavements would look like. Some of these were extracted from other municipalities, don't reflect what you presently have, and some do. The 185 and 65, I believe, are from your municipality. And we're recommending that what's acceptable and when you would rebuild a road is somewhere between 65, the PCI of fair, and 60, the PCI of poor. And that's going to be important in the subsequent pages as we go through this, and you see what's happening. I mentioned that the road levels of service that we're recommending are 65, 60, and 60. And I just wanted to show you this colored screen, which shows the PCIs in the middle, shows a standard scale on the left, and shows a scale of pavement-type asphalt, and sort of where we should be in terms of fair, poor, and extremely good. And what we're recommending is that you're going to be somewhere in the yellow area. And what really impacts some of these are some additional parameters. And we may want to talk about that when we get to service levels. But what's important to recognize is that we also take into account not only road classification, but volume of traffic on the road and the pavement type in terms of evolving policies. The service of the level of service that we're recommending is one of 4 different scenarios that we looked at, 1, 2, 3, and 4, in terms of maintenance of your road. And I mentioned PCI for roads as being 65, 60, and 60. And this screen illustrates the road classifications, 3, 4, and 5, that most of your roads are classified under, and replacement PCIs for the various scenarios. We're recommending scenario 4. And if you look at screen, I guess, no, we're not there yet. Sorry. We also want to indicate that the OGRA, as I said, are watching the screen. They actually have presented recommendations in regard to methodologies for municipalities. However, it's important to recognize as well that we're not saying every municipality is adopting the same rationale. Most we're being told are in the area of scenario 4, and we've tried to stay consistent with what we understand is in the province. We're just highlighting one element of infrastructure, that's roads primarily, because it's by far your biggest area of investment in terms of infrastructure. We've run those 4 scenarios and developed a capital needs to support those 4 scenarios. And you can see here, and I mentioned we're recommending scenario 4. What would be the impact of adopting 1, 2, 3, and 4 on your capital program to maintain a level of service which we're recommending is appropriate for your municipality? And you'll see that we're talking about 15 million, 15 million one in terms of capital needs over the next 10 years. What we've also done, and I can talk a bit about service level policy, and I don't know how deep you want to go into this, but we have this one screen. However, on handout number 4, I believe it is, there's recommended service level policies that are extremely important in regard to what we're doing today. We've went through, and I'll show you this, we've went through every area of your infrastructure, and we've recommended a service level policy. We're telling you on these screens what your current service level policy is, the life cycle deterioration rate, the consequence of failure, to which areas which were shown early, such as health and safety, external demand, financial and political, and the budget implications. And we're also identifying the source documentation for our recommendations. So, and as I said earlier, I'm going to repeat this, but I think it's important that this is what our primary purpose will be in going to the public, is to get their input in regard to these screens. So if you want me, I can go through each of the proposed service level policies very briefly. Basically, you see the first one is in regard to bridges and culverts. And I should ask for direction. Do you want me to read all of these out, or have you reviewed them? Would you prefer to give yourself some more time? We're agreeable to that. The important thing, though, is that we want you to be aware of these so we can say to the public in January that
I think
this
that
is what council are adopting.
I think that you're going to be reporting back to us on the 6th. We're going to have the public information meeting. If council's in favor, are you fine with, do you want him to report on each prospective funding model, or what are your, Counselor Ruth? Yeah.
I'm not sure I have it.
It's in the report under handout. Actually, if you are in your council agenda package, it starts on page 383 of 460.
In the staff report.
383.
Yes, and it's in the staff report.
I'm into marijuana now, and I'm only at 359, so
How do you mean?
I'm not smoking yet.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I should.
Define into.
There's
What
about,
page?
there's a-
383
Oh, my goodness.
of the agenda.
there's about 17 or 18 pages of various infrastructure.
I don't,
Here, let me,
I think we maybe better have a good understanding of what you're presenting to the
something
public.
is messed up
So-
in my...
Yeah, we'll just allow you to continue on and.
So the first area was bridges and culverts, the first page. I'll just wait a minute.
383.
It's all Nina's fault. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I've seen this, yeah.
So
We've all read them, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Put you on the spot, Counselor Ruth.
the proposed service level policy, and I can say this, in a lot of cases, it's not substantially different from what you're presently doing. For instance, in regard to bridges and culverts, your present policy is that you inspect culverts using a professional engineer biannually. So we became a little bit more descriptive, and that's what the regulation requires. So we've said you're going to inspect according to the Ontario Structures Inspection Manual and Ontario Regulation 104-97, which is an Ontario regulation that bridges are inspected under. That'll occur every 2 years and shall adjust the BCI, which is the rating system for structures, on the recommendations of the qualified engineer. And the inspection report shall include all repairs that exceed the capital threshold in the capital budget to the schedule recommended by the qualified engineer, and that the asset registry must be updated at least once per year to reflect whether the asset be inspected or not. And these inspections will be based on the requirements of the Ontario Regulation 104-97. So that's our policy. So the life cycle deterioration rate for a bridge is generally accepted at 50 years. And the consequence of failure, items impacted by failure to achieve this service level would be health and safety, external demand, financial and political. And we've added at the request of the township staff to include budget implications. And probably, we would say, above and beyond what your bridge engineer's report's going to say, but it's going to cost you about $15,000 to do that report. And as I said earlier, the source documents for this new policy statement is Ontario Regulation 104-97, which is the Ontario Structural Inspection Manual. We've had a lot of discussion in regard to gravel roads, and before I'll go there, I'll talk about that. Our understanding from the very beginning was that council had some concern in regard to responding to requests to either surface treat, I say that, or pave a gravel road. And there's a number of reasons that you would get requests for gravel road: noise, dust, by adjacent residents, et cetera, bumps. And we've tried to deal with that. And basically what the current policy is that all township roads, gravel-owned roads, are regularly maintained in a form of grading and gravel addition. And we just say you currently did not have a policy for when a gravel road should be surface treated, including asphalt or reconstruction. As part of this process, we were asked by township staff to survey all municipalities within the township to determine if they had policies. And not surprising, none of the townships or the town of Erin have a policy in regard to when they decide to surface treat or pave a gravel road. And I think this is consistent. If you went through the province and surveyed most municipalities that are rural in nature, then they would say we don't have a policy. I worked for a municipality, which is the city of Brantford, that had both only paved and surface-treated roads. And even surface-treated roads were a source of public complaint. At times, everyone wanted their roads paved. So this is a major issue, and we're separating out gravel roads from surface-treated or paved roads. So we're establishing that the service level for gravel roads is the minimum maintenance standard for gravel roads. Repair will include grading and, if required, an application of additional granular material. If full regrading is done more than 6 times during each of 2 consecutive non-winter periods, then other alternatives should be considered, such as surface treatment, including asphalt and/or reconstruction. However, if an inspection of the gravel base has been undertaken to ensure adequacy and the average daily traffic exceeds 400 vehicles, that's in a day, the township should consider the application of a hard surface. And we're saying should consider. We're not saying you must, but you should consider it. And that would drive the superintendent or the director after producing a report to council. For all gravel roads that have been graded following the half-load season, the PCI will be assumed to be 90. Now, what this means that, and the PCI will deteriorate annually, normally. So once you've graded it and you've applied gravel, the PCI will immediately kick up. What that means that the need then to ever pave will fall to the volume. And what that also means is that it comes back to you to make a decision. So we think that's a good standard, and that it would work well with properly addressing the requests from the public. So we refer here, the source document for some of this was Ontario Regulation 23902, minimum maintenance standards. And we also relied heavily in looking at some of the costs, et cetera, to provide surface treatment and the need, especially in terms of prioritizing volumes of traffic on a daily basis, to a number of both Canadian and American documents. And certainly we have those documents. They will be in a library attached to the records of this project that will be turned over to the municipality at the end of the project. There's been very limited Ontario work in regard to a decision process that's objective in regard to when you decide to surface treat or paving roads. We do have some descriptive work that was done in Ontario, although the financial part really doesn't allow us to develop a recommendation. There's much more information that's American-orientated, and that in itself obviously is dependent on, are they good comparables to what exists here? It's one thing to have a policy in Kentucky up in, in a fairly hilly area versus what's here and try to apply the same standards. I say that because one of the better rationales was from Kentucky, and we refer to that in some of the documentation that we've provided. The next area is hard surface roads. We're recommending that the PCI, when you should rehabilitate a Class 3 road, which is your more important roads, your busier roads in the municipality, should be at a PCI of 65. And this is where we get back to that 65, 60, 60. that we previous talked to. Class 4 roads, we're saying and recommending that you should rehabilitate or reconstruct at a PCI of 60, and Class 5 roads at a PCI of 60 as well. We're also recommending that the pavement condition index should be renewed in 2021 based upon our review of the information that was provided to us by staff, and that you should be renewing every 5 years thereafter. It's important to understand, and one of the reasons for our recommendation every 5 years is that if you look at Regulation 588-17, two things have to occur. One, you have to update the asset management plan every 5 years. Secondly, staff are required to provide a report annually to council on the status of what you've done in regard to the asset management plan. And that will establish whether you're doing nothing or whether you're actually adhering to the economics of the plan. And all we're doing here is turning what the reg says into a policy. And we're saying that the asset registry should be updated at least once a year to reflect the current condition, whether it's been inspected or not. So obviously, when you're developing a capital plan, you can't be updating every few years and then expect the asset management plan that you created in year one to be a valuable tool for looking at 2 and 3. So that's very, very standard. Your current policy, in 2013, you did an asset management plan. And in 2016, you did a condition index. You're striving to maintain all hardtop and non-paved roads in good to fair condition. And for hardtop roads, this corresponds to a PCI of 65 or greater. We've recommended, the 2013 asset management plan recommended completing a full PCI update every 5 years. So we're pretty consistent with that, other than we've talked about PCIs dropping to as low as 60 on your 4 and 5 roads. So there is a little bit of a change there in terms of our recommendation. Obviously, the higher standard that you're going to rate the road at, the more money the road system will demand. And we're moving to a risk-based system somewhat, where the traditional road needs study wouldn't deal to the same degree as risk. So we think the two balance. We also did one other recommendation, and we've talked about, there's the traffic volume study. We've recommended that a traffic volume study should be undertaken every 5 years. We've said that as soon as possible. We've suggested 2020 capital budget should review and look at the traffic volumes on all of your roads. At the present time, we've produced a record with input from Don primarily in regard to it of traffic volumes on all of your roads. Probably 50% of them were recorded, you knew what they were, and 50% we literally looked at a plan of the township, we looked at the potential, does development exist there today, and we projected the potential traffic volumes on the balance of your roads. Our understanding was in the 2021 capital program, if I remember it right, you were talking about such a study. And we're suggesting that that be advanced by 1 year to 2020. It's valuable information. And in your next update, it would be good to have that information available. And potentially, your staff would be capable of inputting that information and assessing the impact of those potentially changed traffic volumes on the system. So we've estimated the traffic volume study at 25,000 and the pavement condition index report at 24,500. Stormwater management ponds. Township completes visual, non-documented inspections as part of routine road inspections. And we're recommending that service level should be, stormwater management ponds should occur on average 4 times per year during the first 2 years of operation, and then at least annually, and this would be a documented inspection. And that again, and you'll see this is fairly common, that the registry should be updated annually. And you'll see that consistently. And again, if it's not current, then the value of the tool decreases. So it's a subtle change. What we did is we extracted the proposed service level out of Section 631 of the Stormwater Management Planning and Design Manual of Ontario. And there's a section in there that specifically relates to required inspection of such facilities. You do have some, you've got one that's fairly new. The key change is just documenting what you're doing and recognizing when you do assume responsibility for a new stormwater management pond, it has to be inspected 4 times per year. And we've quoted the appropriate section of the Act. Then we talk about stormwater management systems. We were told that you don't annually inspect the stormwater management systems or clean the stormwater systems as required to minimize the movement of silts through the outlets. You do clean out the catch basins every 2 years, which is very important in that obviously the catch basins are the source of the silts that end up in the storm sewer. So we're recommending that there should at least be an inspection annually of the stormwater system based upon the volume of material that's removed periodically. The inspection of stormwater management systems should occur on average 4 times per year during the first 2 years of operation, and then at least annually. And again, this is an extract out of Section 423 out of the Stormwater Management Planning and Design Manual, and Section 623 out of the Stormwater Management and Planning Design Manual, just different sections. So the other important thing is that from our perspective, a lot of this is being done right now. There could be advancement of catch basins, but we've indicated a lot of could-bes here. But based upon what we've been told by staff, there's likely minimal impact on the budget, if anything. It would mean that the inspection, whether it's being done or not, I don't know, this would be finalized, we believe it is, would have to be documented. The important thing with all of this is that without documentation, it's really doesn't mean too much. Street trees, the township completes required maintenance of trees, but there is no schedule for inspection. And we looked for a standard, and we really couldn't find one. I used to be the Commissioner of Trees for the City of Brantford in my previous life with the city. And of course, I had the opportunity to work with arborists over the period of time when I was the Commissioner for Trees. And that simply was, I've got to say this, the council decided that they would make me the commissioner. I was the general manager, and I was responsible for Parks and Recreation as well. So They thought that I'd be more responsive to the needs of council than maybe an arborist sitting, in his office at Parks and Rec. So that's why I became, and I was accused in my background or during my life of wanting to make the world black. Which means I wanted to pave everything. So what we're recommending here is a service life policy that includes all trees planted in subdivisions and roadside in the township. We're recommending subsequent to planting a tree, the agency or company planting trees should be responsible with all maintenance, including pruning, replacement, and replacement if necessary. After acceptance by the municipality, the trees should be inspected every 5 years to determine any required maintenance. And we've said the township would hire an arborist or potentially the services of the University of Guelph to visually inspect only the trees planted in the subdivisions within the township. And again, the statement about updating the registry. It's not that you have a huge number of trees relative and compared to other municipalities, but we felt that that's very important. We put a tree inspection plan in of $6,000. I mentioned in my previous professional life with the city of Brantford, I was responsible for trees. And what we did was, at one point, we implemented a GIS program to geographically locate every tree on city property within the city because we were losing 40% of our ash trees. And we talked to the University of Western Ontario, and they came in at minimal cost with classes, and we supplied the hardware, and they located every tree in a municipality of 90,000 people. That was trees on public property. We did not locate them on private property. This tree inspection might be an interesting couple days for some classes from the University of Guelph in some of their arborist classes. So we thought, and again, the budget implication, we thought a reasonable amount based upon my previous experience was about $6,000 that would be required to the university. And again, that would be every 5 years. You will see in here general repetition of the 5-year period. And remember, that's consistent with the requirements of Reg 58817, which says you're going to update the plan every 5 years. So it's important to have the most current data. Buildings and facilities. You did a building and condition assessment report in 2014.
Excuse me, could I just interrupt for a quick second? We're just running a little bit late, so I'm wondering if you could focus on the differences in our service levels just to speed up the process.
Okay. There's a lot of changes. Nothing that reflects really a change of policy. It's just doing what I've explained. There is some budget implications. And fire equipment, I think we've been fairly consistent with the standards. We've expanded on them a bit more. Fire reservoirs is the same thing. We're consistent with what you're currently doing. And fleet, which our source document is fleet maintenance policy. And again, we don't see a lot of change. There is in regard to what you're doing. You have a current service level policy and a proposed service level policy, which is somewhat simpler than what you have. And it's an area of concern, I would think, amongst staff that the dealing with that be appropriate. We also went through to, and I want to give John, because he's going to need some additional time in regard to answering questions or talking about the financial slides. Parks and Recreation, we're consistent with what you're doing. We're just quantifying it a bit more. And regulatory signs and policy. And again, consistent with what you're currently doing, just more descriptive. Sidewalks could be an issue. There's some question in regard to what level of maintenance you're presently providing on your sidewalks, especially under winter conditions. Ontario Regulation 23902, minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways. You've adopted, council has adopted it. The only factor in here that's changed is that they added sidewalks to that policy. And frankly, I don't know whether you can opt in or opt out of the sidewalk portion of the budget. And I think the clerk would have to explore that issue or discuss it with the solicitor that you use in regard to whether you can opt in or opt out. We have indicated that the cost of contracting out that sidewalk winter maintenance would be in the order of about $20,000. We contacted a contractor, explained to him the approximate number of lineal meters of sidewalk that you have, and he gave us a price of $20,000. Streetlights and poles were consistent with Ontario Regulation 23902, and again, we're just expanding. We basically have covered that, and I'm going to move on because we've covered the asset management classes that you have in the budget, and we've also on handout number 5, if I'm at the right one, John, indicated a snapshot of the budget. And I'll just stop there. There was this screen which illustrates 10-year capital needs to support existing infrastructure and goes through each category. And that's what we've generated. We're going to have John talk more. And again, this is going a bit beyond what the purpose of the January public meeting is. But it's something, I'm not suggesting the public would understand this, but it's something that we may have to show them at that public meeting. So, John?
Okay, well, thank you. Can you just move the microphone over in front of you, please?
My eyes glazed over with all.
Yeah, thanks, John. So, yeah, we'll appreciate it if you can.
Okay,
It's my fault, my first meeting, so I'm trying
Okay,
to.
so after all
relatively
that,
on track, and
there's a lot of work that was done to develop a capital plan to achieve the levels of service based on the risk profile. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not because I smoke pot, it's because I've had a cold. Although, anyways, so part of the regulation requires that for the proposed levels of service, which was just discussed, a municipality is required to prepare a 10-year financial strategy, and that's what I'm here to sort of discuss. Now, based on these proposed levels of service, that last slide sort of identified the costs of undertaking the life cycle activities or the asset interventions over the 10-year period to maintain or to achieve those levels of service which are discussed or will be adopted by council. Also, as part of the financial strategy, you're looking at the annual funding projected to fund those asset interventions. Identify or explain some of the funding options that were considered, and of course, any funding shortfalls, and that's where we will talk about the use of debt, and then the risks of not funding your capital program to achieve those levels of service. We looked at 3 different funding options, and I don't know if we can. Yeah, that's the next one. So looking at 3 different funding options. Now, we use the same sort of metric as the township has used in regards to funding envelopes, and that's the impact that decisions have on a typical or the median single-family dwelling in the township. So we looked at a 1% option, 2%, 3%. So the funding envelope would be increase such that that increase would have the 1% or 2% or 3% impact on the median or typical single-family dwelling. So we also looked at different implications or parameters that certain financial policies would have, i.e. reserve balances, what would be the sort of a target or minimum to maximum reserve balance. Obviously, right now, the municipality is actually in a pretty good position in regards to discretionary reserves that are dedicated towards asset management related activities. I think working with township staff, we've identified approximately $2.3 million in a sort of the starting position of your reserves, which for a municipality of this size is actually pretty good. Also looking at a target funding, annual funding for these, the asset management activities or the capital-related asset management intervention program. And we were recommending a level of what we call 2% of the asset value. So if you can achieve an annual funding target that's equivalent to 2%, then you're pretty much in a sustainable level of funding. And you're pretty much there. And I know a lot of municipalities are not even close. So again, overall, the township's in a pretty good position, although you may look at it and go, based on our recommendation, well, that's a lot, but at the end of the day, you're pretty darn close. Also, we have sort of parameters on the level of debt because you have some significant years of capital program and some not so, but what happens is there are years in some of the options we're presenting whereby your the capital needs for asset management related activities exceeds your annual level of funding and your available reserve balance, which means that if you're going to undertake those capital projects or capital works, you will be required to incur debt. Other than, now it does talk about, possibly risks of moving those projects around, but what happens is you increase your level of risk or the probability of failure and the consequence. So, but that's for another day. So we talked about the different policies. So what we have here is the funding level comparison. So what we have is on the top blue line is your target funding. Right now, the 2% of asset values is about $1.6 million. What we looked at is your total current funding that would be available for asset management related. So what that consists of is your capital levy and your transfer to your capital replacement reserve, which is your tax-supported funding. Now, I think it was sort of, there were some council decisions last year where part of that funding was dedicated towards a one-time operational decision. That's been sort of restated. So what you have is a base budget of approximately $900,000. But we looked at part of that is really to your capital funding envelope is really towards new asset acquisition. So we made the assumption that 75% of that would be dedicated towards asset management or rehabilitation of existing infrastructure. Also, you have currently you have gas tax funding, which is identified as a source of funding towards your asset replacement rehabilitation. There's a county grant, which we've assumed $10,000.
It's the accessibility grant that we've in the past used to upgrade some of our buildings or whatnot.
And then your Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund grant, but we've made the assumption that that is not continued after there's not a guarantee, but obviously if it is continued, then you have additional funds towards your asset management related activities, which means your annual increase in your infrastructure levy could be reconsidered. But right now, this is sort of based on the infrastructure information we have available. So again, with regards to your asset management, go back. Okay, so you can see that we're starting at about 1.1 million for all three funding options. And again, the 1% impact, 2%, 3%, you can see how each of the three options Your funding envelope increases, of course, as your OCIP grant drops off. All three funding levels drop down, but you can see how in option 3, which is the 3% impact option, you're achieving that sustainable level of funding by 2025, which means that you're there. So you've got there'll be nominal increases in your funding envelope. So what this is just the impact that asset management related activities have on your budget. It doesn't address any other operational pressures.
Yes.
But
You're ending my political career before it starts.
but
6%, 7% tax increases.
people have a short memory when it comes to political decisions, right? So in 4 years, you'll be golden. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide. So this is what we've sort of identified as your reserve targets, your minimum balance, and of course your maximum balance, but we're not even close to that. So right now, looking at your various discretionary asset management related reserves, you're at around 2.3 million, which is, as I said, it's a good position. And again, based on the capital program, what happens is you have your starting balance, and then each year you add your tax supported funding or your capital levy to that reserve, and then you draw from that reserve to fund your capital program. But as you can see, you've got some significant capital expenditures which draw down that reserve to the point where it gets to zero, which means in years 21 and 22, you're going to be borrowing. And well, actually for the 1% option, you're pretty much borrowing over the entire program from 2021 to 2028. So obviously we're not recommending that option, but you can see that option 3, which is 3% infrastructure levy, you minimize your level of borrowing, you maintain a reserve balance that exceeds your minimum level, but doesn't exceed your maximum, your target level. Next slide. Now, we have the comparison of the level of debt which is required for each of the funding options. Now, typically, a municipality is giving a debt repayment limit by the province. Now, it's the debt repayment limit, which is the amount that a municipality is allowed, or the amount of the operating budget which is allowed to service debt incurred by the municipality. And typically, it's 25% of own source revenues, which is your taxes, user fees, not grants. And that gets converted to, well, how much debt can we borrow before we would be deemed to exceed that debt repayment target? So what I've done is I've converted that debt repayment limit into a debt limit to give a better idea that you can borrow approximately $8 million. And of course, that's based on own source revenues. And as we know, taxes always go up. And so I think we made the assumption that you're looking at around a 5% increase in own source revenues, which gets converted to a debt limit. Now, this is based on not the provincial maximum of 25%. We've set a target of 10%, which a lot of municipalities set limits far below the provincial maximum, because if you ever get there, you're in trouble, because 25% of your tax dollars goes towards servicing past decisions, and then you're pretty much like the province. You don't want to go there. So we've set a limit of 10%, which is pretty much best practice. And you can see even your 1% option, you're not even halfway there. But the option 3, the 3%, you've pretty much at the end of 10 years have a nominal amount of outstanding debt associated with asset management related activities. So if you go to the next slide, our recommendation is that option 3 or the 3% tax impact option be adopted for reasons that it achieves the target funding level by 2025. So by 2025, you no longer need 3% annually. You're pretty much at a sustainable level. It allows for a reserve balance above the minimum target. It results in the least amount of debt, or almost no debt, at the end of the 10-year period. And, beyond the 10-year period, you don't know what's coming. So you're well positioned to address any asset replacement, rehabilitation issues that may occur. Because that's one thing is a lot of these assets are long-lived. They're 20 years, 30 years, and you're only looking at it the first 10 years. So what it is the higher cost option, but it puts you in a really good position at the end of the period. And what it is, it's a financial strategy. You adopt your budget, you receive the balance. It's really part of your long-term financial plan. One of the big question marks is your OCIP. If that gets continued, then in 4 years, come the election, you're in a good position. So anyways, what we're recommending is 3%. Obviously, it's the highest cost option, but it's the option that puts you in a sustainable level of funding the earliest.
Thank you.
So that basically is our presentation. We're obviously here to answer questions.
Councilor Ruth, do you have any questions?
Yeah. So when we take this to a public meeting, this isn't the proposal we're going to have at that public meeting, is it?
We will have to talk about the impact of these policies on your budget. So the primary purpose for going will be the policies. That's what we're seeking comment.
Well, I think we also have to show the public what the end result will be, because if we take your recommendation, if I understand it correctly, in 2028, we'll be in debt by $6.6 million, and for 10 years, we're going to raise taxes by 3%.
And again, the primary, if we go back to what I just said, and I'm picking the words very carefully, we're to get approval of the policies. We will be asked what's the impact of these policies potentially on the budget. And then it becomes to what level we have to disclose those policies before we come back in February for a final presentation and approval of the asset management policy and then the individual policies. I don't think we want to get into those screens that illustrate the levels of debt, et cetera. I don't know if we need to, but we do have to respond to the question, what's the impact of these policies? And in a lot of cases, there's minimal impact in terms, there's minimal changed policy. It's pretty consistent with
For service levels.
for service levels. And
Yeah.
that's what we're going to the
But
public.
that's painting a little rosier picture to the public than what it actually is. And I think it's very important that we go to the public and say, in order to get our asset management plan leveled out over the next 10 years, this is what it's going to cost us. They have to know, because if they don't know, they're going to keep asking for all kinds of things that we can't afford. Like, it's all about balance. So I think it's very important that this gets out to the public at a meeting.
We have indicated to staff that these basically will be, these screens will be what we present to the public. That's what we need your direction.
Well, I think it's gonna be a little less complex than this is. Yeah.
It will be.
And that's all I have.
We're anticipating because it's a public meeting, we're going to lose people pretty quick if we go into this amount of detail.
We did today.
So, we're going to move, it's basically going to be a brief description of what asset management is, why we're doing it, the policies, and then John will be there to answer any questions in regard to finance. And yes, that would include the screen. I think your intention was to show these screens at the public meeting.
Yeah, they're going to be refined, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I would concur with Councilor Roth that the policies are maybe a little bit inside baseball for people, and they're going to want to know the cost. When they see the cost, and then we're going to want to know what they're getting for that increased cost. So I think we need both, with the policy piece trimmed down a little bit to understand what this is all about. But I certainly think they need to see the the cost proposals. We have a fairly well-educated, savvy public, and I think they're going to want to see those numbers. If I could, I do have some questions that might help, in my mind, and maybe help in terms of preparing for the public presentation. I guess the other piece I want to say before I go into the questions, though, is I think we have a capital budget meeting next week, and I'm not sure I'd be in a position today necessarily to say which one of these council supports. I have no issue with this going forward. This is the recommendations council has received when we go to the public meeting. But typically, we discuss our service levels in a separate meeting and then adopt them. Is there a possibility to do that prior to the public meeting that we, because I have questions on some of these policies today, but if we wanted to discuss them, say at another meeting before the public meeting, is that possible with our staff?
I think he's asking you if
Yeah.
You're asking me?
Yeah. Do you need them today, or do you, is it all right if we?
No, we've got a bit of time.
Okay, that's good.
We certainly, recognizing we're into holidays.
Understood.
We'll lose time really quick.
Okay, well, I'll go through my questions and maybe we'll get some. So, you mentioned with these options, do any of these options consider the change in our financial position with the Carroll Pond now being fully paid for? That's $100 and something thousand, $120,000 a year we're not paying every year, and the change in the aggregate levy, which is due to double this year. Have those been considered in any of this? Those changes?
So the Carroll Pond loan repayments and the interest, that's part of our operating budget currently.
Okay.
That's the debt, which is now fully matured.
That's
Yes.
right.
We think your debt is at-
Yes.
Yes.
I've assumed it's at zero, currently have zero debt.
Right. But in terms of transferring, this is something that I guess at budget time, we're talking, when you talk about 3% tax increase, well, if we've now got $120,000 capacity left in operations that can be moved over to capital, that wasn't accounted for in this assessment. Is that correct?
Sure.
That was,
Councillor Balmer, that is correct. I guess I just wouldn't look at it in part, though, until we have a good understanding of what's coming forward in your operating budget, because there
Right.
are some other challenges, right?
understood. I just want to see what this was based on. And then the change in the aggregate levy wasn't also included in this assessment then? That wasn't that change?
That will be also discussed through the capital budget process.
Okay. But it wasn't in this process? It wasn't considered as part of the extra revenue we may have?
No, it was not.
So you used the phrase 3% tax increase for the average homeowner. As we're lower tier, this often becomes confusing for people. Are you talking a 3% increase in the township portion or of the average homeowner, or a 3% increase in the total tax bill for a property owner? Because it makes a significant difference in the amount of money we're talking.
It would just be the local.
Oh, 3% increase in the township portion? Okay, thank you, because otherwise we'd have to increase by 18% to generate a 3% increase on the total tax bill, so that makes it, be a lot faster. Then the other questions I have, what do I got here? Okay, so when we talk about the scenarios, 1%, 2%, or 3%, if I understood it correctly, we're talking about, if it's the 3%, that's 3% elevator each year, not just 3% the first year and staying at that level.
No, the model's designed so that you have your assessment. We've made the assumption that your overall assessment increases by, I think it was 2.64%. That's a similar percentage as used in the prior year increase in assessment growth. And then we have, again, the same 2.64% increase on, again, your assessed.
On the entire amount.
Yes, entire amount plus that same increase on your average, or it's the median assessed single-family dwelling. So instead of 260,000, it's 277, or sorry, 560 to 577 to 590, and of course, it's that percent increase on the overall levy when applied to that percentage, and But it
Right.
takes into consideration assessment growth.
Oh, it does, okay, so it includes assessment growth, so if assessment is 2.5%, then it's a 0.5% on top of that.
And it actually allows for different percent increases in each of the asset or assessed class.
Yes, yeah.
So it's a fairly sophisticated model that can be massaged, but at the end of the day, it says approximate impact of 3%. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions that you can change that would change that actual increase in the funding envelope.
So the other question for staff then is, will we see what this backs down to at the capital budget level next week when we're discussing this? What this means at the capital budget level in terms of what the annual elevator is going to be?
For current assets?
Well, for the increase in required increase in spending on our 10-year capital plan.
Well, our 10-year capital plan doesn't just include current asset infrastructure, right? So going forward, Karen, if you want to just elaborate on that.
Okay, yeah, so it will not. The capital budget hasn't been prepared, taking into consideration where we are with asset management planning. As Mary had indicated, my suggestion would be is that you would be looking at incorporating those changes into your next year's budget in terms of identifying, perhaps in your capital budget, those that are assets that you have to maintain. So those, I'm going to call them must needs
Yes.
versus perhaps wants.
Once, okay, got it. If I can go, I'll go to I have 3 questions. I have questions on 3 of the service levels that were proposed. On the gravel roads, I noticed that you use the term non-winter periods as opposed to non-winter seasons. Are they the same, or is there a different meaning? Is a season the same as a period?
Yes.
So that the dates line up?
Well, I suppose, and I would have to check, I think what we're meaning here is if you're plowing for regular maintenance versus winter weather conditions, frost coming out of the...
Understood.
So if you're out of the winter season and into spring...
Excuse me, can you just speak into the microphone, please? Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, if you're out of the winter season, we called it winter period, but from my perspective, it's the same. If it needs clarification, we'll do so.
I'm just thinking, so from the public's perspective, we're going to be held account to this. If we adopt a policy like this, is this, we're talking then sort of, this could happen before half load season comes off. We're post-winter season, I guess. That would be considered spring. I'm just trying to think of how this is going to be interpreted and applied in the future. Today, Mr. Creed is here 2 years from now, 3 years, 4 or 5 years. It could be a different road super, different councillor, a different public member. I just want to make sure this is understood. You know, if the people are out there counting.
The intent it would be after frost comes out of the ground. So theoretically, that should be, I would say, at the end of your half-load season.
Okay. So then that would be, okay, I get it. So summer, it'd be spring, summer, and fall would be the 3 non-winter periods.
Yes.
Okay, based on the calendar. Okay, great. I noticed this one doesn't mention dust control. Would that be a maintenance standard for gravel roads, the application of dust control? Dust suppressant?
Yeah, we are aware of dust control. We didn't consider it as an aspect of a strategy in regard to improving the condition of a road, whether you're applying some sort of a calcium layer or some other product. We didn't look at that as a policy.
All right, I just know it's something we do.
We see it as a maintenance activity as opposed to something that would affect capital need.
Okay. The trees, the roadside trees, the way it's worded, it suggests that the township is responsible for all the trees in a township, but only in a subdivision, but only the roadside trees in the rest of the township. Is that what it's intended
No, the intent here is that we're dealing with trees,
on public property?
remember, that are owned by the municipality.
Right.
Asset management, the provincial asset management policy relates to assets of the municipality.
Understood. It's just when you mentioned Brantford, you were clearer on that when you clarified it was trees on public property. Whereas this, I'm just pointing out, this is, the way it's worded suggests it's not that way.
Oh, well, then that's error on our part if
Yeah.
that's the way that could be interpreted. The intent is, this would be the extreme. It's not a tree planted on anyone's property.
Right.
Primarily because this is Regulation 588-17, which is only municipal assets.
Right. Understood. I'm just saying the policy seems to extend beyond municipal assets the way it's worded. The same with they also distinguishes between, it only talks about planted trees as opposed to trees that may have established there naturally. And when you talk about Brantford again, you talked about trees on public property, and I think that's a more easily understood in terms of applying. I'm just trying to think of how someone in the future is going to interpret it.
We'll, if that's an issue, we'll clarify it.
Thanks. And then when you talk about subdivisions, we also have plans of subdivision that aren't even on public roads, and I don't believe that's what you're trying to capture there.
No, we are capturing assets that exist today only.
Yeah, but we do have trees that may be on public property. Like I'm thinking around the lake, we have plans of subdivision with some public property, but there's nobody accessing them. So I'm just trying to think of how this could be seen to be applied by someone in the township who reads this, who's at the end of Eagle Lane or.
So we'll do an amendment that will
Clarify.
say this policy applies to trees on public roads.
Yeah. I understand you want to protect the public roadway. You're trying
Yes.
to. Yeah. The last one was on fleet. It talks about a daily inspection of licensed vehicles before they leave the facility. And I tried to imagine our firemen doing a circle check before they went to an emergency. But I did read somewhere else that they are inspected anyhow. But having this in the fleet for all vehicles without an exclusion for, I know they're inspected regularly, but perhaps our fire chief could answer the question as to whether the firemen do a circle check of each vehicle before they leave on an emergency call.
Maybe we could have Mary.
Yes, so I did get confirmation from the fire chief that they do a 360-degree, that's what they call it.
A walk around?
Yes, of their fire vehicles before they leave.
So that's not an encumbrance on them.
I could comment on that as well. Under the legislation, fire apparatus are not considered commercial vehicles because they're fire trucks. So a firefighter can respond to the hall, jump in the truck, and go. He does not have to do a circle check. If they're using it for so you might want to amend the policy where it's for home safe home programs or non-emergency use of the vehicle, then possibly implement the walk around. But as far as emergency response, they're not considered commercial vehicle in the similar situations as like a snow plow. So there's legislation in place for that.
Yeah, because I noticed it does talk about licensed vehicle, and they are, so it would capture them in that, but
We'll clarify that.
maybe staff can work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I believe I have, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Councillor Goya?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the little bit of the crash course, because it's there's certainly a lot of information to digest amongst all of that report. I like the strategic plan. I think it's a great way to guide us as a council, and it's an effective tool for us in prioritizing based on risk, life cycle of our assets, and the defined service levels. But as a new councillor just entering the table here today, 3% tax increase is certainly a little daunting. I think that I guess the intent really is to get our okay to go ahead with this information to public meeting, but I do think, as Councillor Rose and Councillor Balmer have already said, that the financial component of it is a super important part, because I think the input that the public will contribute on the service levels, maybe their ideas on what they may suggest or may not suggest is directly affected by how much that's going to cost. And so I do think the financial component needs to be part of that public meeting. But I don't know if there's a way that it can be simplified so that it's not such a complex graph and chart to look at, because it's a little bit difficult, I think, probably just for someone with no experience in it to understand.
We will simplify the presentation, especially we wanted to, and the intent today was to provide the two of you that are new to council, a relatively detailed explanation of where we began. And yes, we will, it will be significantly simplified in regard to the front end. We had some duplicate slides that'll come out of there.
Okay.
And our intent is that the presentation will be no more than 45 minutes long, if that long. And we will follow it with a substantial question and answer period. We'll try to sort of balance the two, but we want to give the public just enough, I shouldn't say it that way, the information needed to
Most pertinent information.
give, an educated view of what they're seeing.
I just had one other quick question. The chart that was in the slides that talks about debt capacity comparison, does that incorporate both interest and principal repayments?
So what that chart was, that was the...
Mike?
The microphone, please.
Sorry. That was the outstanding debt. So, yes, in a roundabout way, it does incorporate principal and interest, because your debt servicing, or debt servicing limit is the amount of money that your budget would go towards servicing debt, principal and interest. So the 10% limit would be converted. So let's say your debt repayment is $1 million. Well, what does that mean in the debt? Well, it's probably around $12 million in debt would mean, or actually $8 million in debt you could incur, which would allow you to spend $1 million a year on servicing that debt. But again, assumptions on the term of that debt, we've assumed 10 years. If it goes 20 years, well, your annual servicing is a lot less, which means you could borrow more, but over a longer period. So it's sort of a guideline that tries to manage how much debt you're willing as a municipality to incur before you reach that cap. And all three options, you're nowhere near it, but it just, before you incur debt, you want to have some sort of policy on how much debt are we willing, as municipality, are we willing to incur, and you want to keep that relatively low.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spoulos?
Yes, I have a concern with going to public without scrubbing the numbers thoroughly. Like, we have a capital review meeting next week, and I think we got to look at the numbers very seriously, see what we think is the right number to put in the budget, look at things that we don't think is necessary, and then repackage the whole thing and give these guys back. Now, a couple of things that are concerning to me. One is the peaks and valleys. Like, I assume you assume the peaks and valleys stay in your assessment. Is that correct? This is the peaks and valleys in your capital program.
Well, our financial plan is based on the capital program, which is based on...
Can you talk into the microphone, please? Sorry.
Which I assume is based on the year that the asset would be replaced or rehabilitated.
Yeah. Okay, so my concern is that we should be smoothing this out as much as possible, moving projects forward, moving projects back where possible, to have a consistent, more or less consistent capital program. That's what most people try to do, is have a value that's sort of a even keel and balances out, and you don't incur debt. The other thing is in in this, I'd like to see more on the revenue side. I hear what Council Bowman says with respect to the Carroll Pond. Sure, it's a operating cost, but we as council have the right to move operating money into the capital program to fund. Maybe it's not the full 116, maybe it's half of that, depending what, as the CAO has said, we got a problem also in the operating budget, so we got to see what space is available in there. So that's a cost side. That's sort of the revenue side. The growth in assessment, you assume 2.5%. I don't know if that's reasonable or not.
So it's 2.64.
Okay, 2.64. I don't know if it's reasonable or not. I can tell you right now, we got 11 homes being constructed right off the bat. I don't know whether they're going to come on stream maybe in 2019 or 2021. And I think applying a constant number is not necessarily the right thing to do.
Oh, it's just
Benchmark.
the first cut is 2 point,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
as you go into it, you forecast out, well, what do we have? You can do a lot of research into what we think the assessed value, and really, assessment increases, every 4 years you have a reassessment, and then you have those increases each year. You know what those are. You can throw those in, then you have your new assessment on top of that.
And I'm saying we have the building departments has all the applications for construction. We know when they're going to be constructed and completed. I'm sure we can come up with a proper value of the growth and assessment for the next 2 years, I would think. Be a realistic number. I can see 3 years out, it's unrealistic. 4 years out, it's even more unrealistic. For the next 2 years, I think we got enough information in the building department to put a more accurate number. The other thing is development charges. Has your model include any development charges?
I'm going to say no, because development charges only are for funding growth-related capital. This is all replacement, so
Well, there's some aspects of it that can be funded through DC charges. I think, Mary, you and I talked about this.
So I looked more into it, and our roads repaving projects have a 15.6% portion that can be funded through development charges. So you and I can connect later on, and we can look at what the balance is.
okay. So the question is, the capital program being presented, if that's to repave a road which has a growth component, then yes, development charges could be, to an extent, incorporated into the funding model, and therefore reduce potentially the level of debt or the tax
That's
increase.
what I'm saying, we got to look and scrub these numbers. The other thing, too, is the models assume, for example, fire trucks, full replacement value. I remember arguing with this point with Council Bulmer, I think last budget or previous budget. I think we should be budgeting what we think we want to spend on that. Why use it as opposed to speculating, buying new, and so be it.
Microphone.
Sorry, Mike, we certainly could consider that, but I don't think it's our role.
No, it's not. It's our role as council
Speculate
here.
a
Yeah, I agree with you,
policy.
but I'm just
Yes.
pointing out to council, your numbers are based on new, and we in the past have never been able to afford new. We've always done with used, and that's at least a $100,000 savings right off the bat on the one fire trucks. So, in summary, I don't think we're ready for prime time until we scrub the numbers properly. We're having a capital meeting next week. I don't know, we may want another one. Now, after that, make sure we're all satisfied with the numbers and what should be the monies coming in to offset some of these costs. And my suggestion is, I talked to our CAO and our Chief Financial Officer, maybe we can defer it until such time as we present our budget to the citizens. In other words, we have our budget, we present our capital budget, and this is how we struck the capital budget, and this is how we're moving forward, rather than saying, well, okay, we think we got some numbers here, and this is how we're going. We're going to be killed if we don't have right answers on the numbers.
Okay, just on that, there are, so if council were to consider not holding the public meeting then on January the 17th, I think, as proposed, there are, just so that council is aware, there will be still some challenging timelines as it relates to going through your budget process, and then also accommodating going to the public as it relates to the public meeting for your asset management plan, because it can be done, it would have to be done in February, though, because of the fact that funding for this particular project, the asset management project, requires that we are through the process, I think, Mary, by March 4th, 2019.
Wow.
So there are some
I
time
understand
constraints
Well,
with that.
Perhaps we can move it off a week or two after we've gone through the capital program, but I really do think we got to scrub those numbers and be very comfortable with what we want this asset management plan to be based on.
So with that,
Are you proposing a motion that we defer the public input?
Perhaps we do it after the capital program, but right now, in the absence of not reviewing the capital program, I really don't want to commit to a date specifically, because I don't want to go out to the public,
Yeah.
get shot down, and then we're back to rejigging what we should have done at the beginning.
Okay.
okay, so if I may then, I would just suggest for council's consideration that we'll receive the presentation and we'll actually receive the report today, if council's inclined to do so. Receive it, and then perhaps at the end of the meeting, we can discuss perhaps a date where you would like to have perhaps more discussions with regard to what we're going to the public with. And I will be so bold as to suggest that we're doing that in December. Because in order, or at least then it has to be, I would suggest that needs to be in December, so at least the consultants have an idea of what they're working with, because that information then has to come back to you before we schedule a public meeting.
Yeah, as long as we, as a group, feel comfortable with the
Okay.
capital budget the way we want it to be
Okay.
presented to the public.
Is that okay? All right.
Okay. I agree with Councillor Sapoulis. We need to have the numbers polished. I believe you were the champion in getting the park fees for development increased.
Yes.
Now, would any of that new funding be able to, decrease the tax implication on our?
Yes, so the cash in lieu of parkland funding, I've indicated to the consultant that we assume that that's not for asset replacement, but that is obviously council's decision, and that is not incorporated as part of this strategy, okay?
Okay. Also, I think it's very important, I don't mean to point at you, I shouldn't do that, that we're very transparent when we do go to the public. You were using a little bit of terminology of which slides we would show and which we wouldn't. The numbers are very important. Quick math, I mean, it's over 5 years, it's 15% tax increase off the base amount of the first year is what I'm getting out of it. And I'm not opposed to paying more. I mean, we can't stick our heads in the sand. We have these assets that we need to maintain, and it's going to cost money. Is that going to be popular with a new council? No, but as you know, a past U.S. president just passed away, and in some of the shows, he made a campaign promise of no new taxes. And he had to make a decision that was best for the community. So I think we need to put the community ahead of our own personal desires, but we also need to be very accountable and have the numbers polished. And to speak of your peaks and valleys, that's the lifespan of the assets. So a bunch of our assets are coming due in that one low valley. If I'm incorrect, just correct me. But in 2021, and to adjust that to get a flatter line, I would assume we'd either have to replace some early of their expiry date per se, or extend their lifeline, and then it's going to increase the risk. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's not as simple as just getting a flat line.
No,
So,
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but it simplifies life for everybody when you have it.
So, well, I agree, but it's also, I'll leave it at that. There are some costs in there, the fire reservoirs, I think it was 50,000 each, and we inspect them. If they're not leaking, I'm in the position of why are we replacing them if they're inspected annually. So these are things I think we can hash out at a later date as we're running late on time. But I really appreciate your report and the emphasis to bring myself and Jessica Councillor Goya up to speed. And again, thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to be.
So moved by Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Ken. Sorry, guys, I'm tired. Councillor Ruth. The council receives a presentation by Wayne Wood, Senior Consulting Engineer and Project Manager, Urban and Environmental Management Incorporated, and John Murphy, Municipal Finance Specialist, DFA Infrastructure International Incorporated, with respect to Puslinch Asset Management. All in favor? Carried. All right. You're going to mention that? Or you?
Okay. Council, just in the interest of time and just because we've had the presentation with regard to the asset management, I've just requested the mayor perhaps bring forward the report to receive it at this time.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Ballmer and seconded by Councillor Ruth, that report FIN-2018-034 regarding Ontario Regulation 588-17, Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure be received. All in favor? Carried. All right. Where are we? Up to here. Is this an individual one? Or these?
You can just read this.
Okay, so, Roselle Pit overview of biological and aquatic monitoring results 2012 to 2017. Any comments?
I just have
Councillor Spillis?
one comment. When this was raised back in March, we had some other issues dealing specifically with things like the gravel pit, wanting to dig into the thermal setback, and understand that's going to come forward at a later date.
Yeah, I can just advise council that, yeah, staff are following up with respect to the concerns that were raised at that time, and we will get a response. Okay?
Anyone else? Correspondence from GWS Ecological and Forestry Services, Inc. Any comments or questions? None. 2017 groundwater monitoring report by Groundwater Science Corp. Any questions or concerns? No. 2017 ecological and aquatic monitoring report by Dance Environmental. Any questions or comments? No. All right, conference delegations. So we have the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, January 27th to 29th, and we need to decide if we want to request for delegations to any of the ministers. Can Councillor Ruth, any?
Well, I'm not going to the
Conference?
conference, thank you.
No.
So, but I think we have to keep the Highway 6 bypass ahead of the government, and I think that would be one suggestion I would have. If we're going to have a delegation, it should be with the Minister of Transportation or whatever it's called now, so that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Ballmer?
Yeah, I would concur. We've made delegations on several other pieces of legislation at two conferences already. This one, we did receive some correspondence suggesting that it might be under review. But I might also want to put a placeholder in that pending what happens with when the MTO comes to speak to us about the inspection stations. I know there were some concerns raised by residents, and perhaps I'd like to preserve a spot if we're going to be speaking with the MTO. If we could, I don't want to dilute the issue with Highway 6, but if we get substantial concerns from our residents regarding the choice of the highway, of the inspection stations, and Councillor Sapoulis indicated he wanted to put some money aside for looking at the environmental impact of these stations.
The reports that come, review the reports that come.
Yeah, so in the event that something comes out of those of concern, I don't know if this would be the conference or the AMO conference, but that'd be the only other thing I might want to talk to the province about.
Okay. Thank you. Just Councillor Goya.
It's okay. Yeah, I would agree that I think that we should hopefully get some clarification from the Ministry of Transportation.
Absolutely. And Councillor Sapoulis.
I was wondering if we want to continue the pressure on the prime agricultural area designations. Like that's a big issue for us. Our residential development is basically prime development. So I don't know. We did it last council. I don't know if we need to continue pushing the message forward that this is a big concern, this is a big concern.
Councillor Ruth?
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think you have to remember, we've only got, 10 minutes at a delegation over convention. And how effective these delegations are is debatable. Something as important as the agricultural zoning, I think we should try and get our MPP, Ted Arnott, to get us a meeting with the proper people and send a delegation to Toronto, because that's how we really got the Highway 6 bypass going, thanks to that meeting, which told us that, there isn't enough taxpayers in Pushlands to make this happen. You better get the businesses involved and the trucking industry to make it work, and it did work. So I think that's more effective for an issue like that. But that's just, again,
Well, the audiences are different. The bypass is MTO, whereas the other one is, I don't know, what do they call themselves?
Ministry of Environment, I'm not sure.
I don't think it's the Ministry of Environment.
Natural resources
Natural
and
resources, yes.
something
Natural
else now.
resources, yeah. So,
all I'm saying is, it's not as effective.
We can do both.
Two separate.
Do whatever. I think, they're both very important issues. All three.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer?
Yeah, just the previous, as you say, during the previous term, presentations were made to both the previous provincial government and the current provincial government regarding the issue about the remapping of prime farmland. But I don't think I would discount doing it again, simply because in August, I think Councillor Spoulos has made a good point here. When I think back to Mayor Lever's comments about what happened when they made the presentation in, I believe it was Ottawa in August, I think there had just been a change or a shuffle or something had happened, and the minister wasn't able to attend. They didn't get the audience that they had hoped. So perhaps we should revisit the presentation to both ministries. And I think Councillor Roth is correct. Maybe let's focus on Highway 6 with the MTO and MNRF to redouble our resolve. We have a new council, and this council is just as committed to the and concerned about the errors in the mapping that the previous council was, so that they understand just because we've had a change of council, we haven't had a change of heart on that issue. So I would support those two different delegations to two different ministries.
I agree with that. The Highway 6 bypass and the prime agricultural, we need some sustainable development in our community. Otherwise, we're going to see these tax increases go up and up. So, do we need a motion for that?
I don't. We will go ahead and register. I believe the deadline's next week, if I recall. We will just, and you'll have to forgive me because I know that Nina is well aware. I'm just not sure who's all attending because, do they ask, Nina, when you register, how many members of council will be in on the meeting? They may.
I believe they ask for a prime contact. So I would assume the mayor, and not necessarily a number of councillors.
Okay. And they may ask how many are, because I think when you've gone in the past, I think the few council members, if you were attending the conference, you also joined the mayor in terms of making that delegation before them. Okay?
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to, here we go. So moved by Councillor Ruth and seconded by Councillor Bulmer that the Intergovernmental Affairs correspondence items listed on the council agenda for December 5th, 2018 council meeting be received. All in favor? Carried. Do you guys, is there any questions concerning the intergovernmental correspondence? Councillor Ruth?
No.
Councillor Bulmer?
There's one point that stood out. I want to make sure that staff noticed that in the grand actions, they're talking about the Heritage Day this year, and often a few members of the Heritage Committee attend that. If we could make sure that the Heritage Committee members are made aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Goyda? No. Councillor Spools? I actually have some comments on the grand actions. I know we're running out of time, but there's during the election, it was brought to my attention the fatality of wildlife on county roads within our township, And, the residents are asking for some signage and some improvements, and, from what they're stating in here, they have, protective fencing to guide turtles and amphibians to culverts. So I'm gonna express my interest on the roads committee at the county level, and I'll try to promote maybe some, signage and some infrastructure to help maybe reduce the fatality of these, the wildlife in our municipality. That's all I have on that. Okay.
Now to the first finance report.
All right, so on to the first finance report. Just this one. Moved by Councillor Ruth and seconded by Councillor Bulmer that the report Finance 2018-033 regarding the annual indexing of development charges be received. All in favor?
I have a question.
Oh, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. We're applying the non-residential development charges to everything. And my question is, why don't we apply the residential development charges to residential?
So I inquired with our development charges consultant. Actually, we've started the process to update our bylaw as required every 5 years. And he indicated that typically municipalities use the non-residential rate because the projects in our development charges study are municipal related. So municipal facilities and infrastructure, and those are non-residential in nature, and so that's why municipalities typically use the non-residential rate when indexing the development charges.
Okay, I'll have to have a separate debate with you after.
Especially after today, it's been a lot of information. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? Carried. All right. Now, second financial report.
You've done that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Roos, seconded by Councillor Bulmer. The council for the Township of Puslinch has received correspondence from the Grand River Conservation Authority regarding the appointment of members to the GRCA, and the council supports the appointments of Chris White as Grand River Conservation Authority member to the end of this term of council, ending November 30th, 2022, and that this resolution be circulated to the GRCA, Township of Guelph, Molson, and the Town of Erin. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All right. I've lost my place here, so let's keep going. All right.
Hold on just a minute. So this is your feasibility study. So this is what, to receive the report and the recommendation report.
Okay. All right, so moved by Councillor Sapoulis and seconded by Jessica Goydia. The council receives a report, ADM 20-18-036, regarding feasibility study for municipal water and wastewater services, commercial/industrial Aberfoyle area, and the council authorizes the commencement of this project in the amount of $29,083 to be funded as follows. County of Wellington Business Retention and Expansion Municipal Implementation Fund, $25,000, and Legal Contingency Discretionary Reserve, $4,083. Questions and comments? Councillor Ruth.
Yes, well, we did a feasibility study for a larger area, and it was overwhelmingly responded that none of the residents wanted this, and it was an exorbitant cost, so council unanimously voted to vote that project down. But if you relate that to this new area, the industries and businesses in this area were over 60% in favor of it. So it was almost exact opposite of the residential portion. So I think it would be poor governance by us if we didn't continue with this study and see if there is interest. And I've stated, and I will continue to be of that opinion, that this would have to be paid for by grants from the federal government, the provincial government, and the industries affected by this would have to pay the difference and the maintenance of it. If there's any cost to the residential taxpayers, I would not be in favor of it. But I think we have to, in order to accommodate our businesses. I know we have one that wants to expand and can't because of the sewage situation. So I think we have to continue this project.
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would not support spending any additional money on this project. I look at, when we look at the report from the county planner here, Ms. Wilhelm, it is mostly built out already. In many ways, I think this would be like watering the lawn after it's rained. We've got increased capacity and permissive policies in our official plan, which will allow us to continue to build out without municipal services, which I think is a key piece to understand, is that it's not required for continued development of the industrial park. Unless, of course, unless we're interested in attracting high water users. That's the big difference. If we're interested in bringing large water users, well, then certainly let's go ahead with this, but I don't think that's my interest. If we were to look at the existing feasibility study, the place they were identifying the potential outlet for this, it wasn't even sufficient to act as an outlet for, we had an application from a single user in that region who wanted to exit just their septic, their highly treated MOE rated output into the creek, and even that couldn't be assimilated. So if we can't accommodate that, I can't imagine we can accommodate an entire industrial park, including the industrial waste that comes with it. Also, I'm concerned that, as we heard from the consultant at the public meeting, that if we accept any provincial or federal money for a project, that any property that these services pass will be forced to connect. So if the well is as proposed to be up on Maltby Road, and it's going to come down through Aberfoyle to service the industrial park, every one those services pass will be forced to connect. And that's not saying I'm not willing to put that on the residents of Aberfoyle to facilitate, a essentially built-out industrial park. So at this point, I'm really not in a position to support moving ahead, but I might request that is it possible to separate that resolution from accepting the report and approving the spending? Because right now, they're tied as one motion. Would it be possible to separate it, that we accept the report, adopt the report? And
I don't see a problem. Yeah, we can do that. Yes, sure.
all right.
So, Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I think that I'm very torn on this issue, obviously, because of the outrage that it seems to have caused with the residents, and that they are very much so against it. I can appreciate that when the previous feasibility study was being done, there was approximately 60% interest from the industrial area that they would be in favor of it. However, that was under the assumption that the cost was going to be shared amongst all taxpayers. And now we are asking for a much smaller, it's a smaller area, but it's also much fewer contributors to the project. And so I think that when I look at what SEMA is proposing as part of their fees, it talks about conducting one workshop meeting with industrial commercial users in Aberfoyle. But it doesn't necessarily say what exactly is being discussed in that workshop. And I think that if we go ahead with it, it would be important for part of that workshop to determine what exactly industrial landowners are willing to bear, because I think that the residential taxpayers I wouldn't be in support of it if it had any impact on them. So I don't know if that changes that 60% into 40%. And so I guess I'm just really torn on it.
Councillor Sapoulis?
Okay, look, I'm going to support the staff's recommendations to complete the surfacing study for the following reasons. The residents are no longer involved as far as I'm concerned. As stated by Councilor Roth, that the message was loud and clear, no residential servicing and no cost to them, and only industrial commercial servicing and only the cost to the industrial commercial sector. During a feasibility study, 63% of the ICI sector, in other words, industrial commercial sector, were in favor of water servicing and 68% were in favor of sewage. So that's a big number. If we had a similar issue amongst our residents and we had that sort of numbers, we wouldn't hesitate to address it. Now, it's important to also know that 22% of our tax revenue comes from this group. So it's important for us to keep them there and encourage them to stay and encourage more to come. If any of the businesses left, the residents would have to pick up the tax deficit. And it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. The ratio for commercial is 1.5 to 1, and for industrial is 2.4 to 1. So that's a big hit for our residents. Now, the prime agriculture area, heritage area designations, if they stay in place, we're going to run out of options for residential growth, and we're going to have to rely on this sector to keep our township going. There is no other option I'm aware of. We're going to saturate the residential sector, and this is what we're going to have to rely on. We're in competition with other municipalities to get industries and commercial enterprises to come to us. And with no servicing, we're in a big disadvantage. You got Cambridge down the road, you got Milton down the road, you got Guelph up the road. If somebody, with the Morrison bypass, if somebody's going to say, okay, Morrison bypass is in place, I got full servicing here, I don't need this, need to go to Post Lynch, I'll pay for the extra mileage and get what I want, full servicing. Now, One Thing County gets it because they've agreed to pay 25%, a substantial cost of the study. They get it's important to retain the industry and encourage industry. And if we don't, not only we suffer, they suffer. And if they suffer, our taxes are going to go as well, for, even more up. So again, I'm going to say the capital cost of servicing the ICI sector has to come from them, and any other grants, as Councilor Roth said. Also, I believe the legislation is written that the operating costs are to be borne by the user. It's not some third party that's not using it. Lastly, we're on the cusp of getting the Morrison bypass to come to fruition, and that will help immensely with a revitalization of Morrison and Aberfoyle. Let's not forget, if it weren't for the commercial industrial businesses, the bypass would not have moved forward the way it has. So I think it's important to support the ICI sector and do this study. Councilor Boy has raised some good questions. We don't know the answers to those until we complete the study. If we don't complete the study, it always will be what-if type of thing. I'd rather have the study done, and we say we've done our best, we've done our due diligence, let's pack it up or let's continue on. Without the study, we're not going to have any options to make a decision for the future. So I will be supporting the staff's recommendation. The one caveat I'm going to be asking is that the sewage outflow is not to be anywhere into Mill Creek. I think we all want to respect Mill Creek as a cold water waterway, and there has to be some other options considered. Things like, even like a force main to Guelph would be more reasonable than dumping the water into the creek. So that's my spiel, and that's the way I feel.
Thank you, Councillor Sapoulis. I'm not in favor of going forward with this motion. I feel that there's enough dry industry, like Councillor Bulmer mentioned. We're not looking to have substantial water uses into the township. With our proximity to the greater metropolitan area of Toronto, I believe there's plenty of industry that will come into Whistlinch, and then it brings up the, the possibility of running the water main from Maltby down through Aberfoyle. There's legislation in place that the residents will have to connect, and then once you move the well to closer to the industrial park, well, then there's protection zones for the recharge of it, and it opens a whole can of worms. So we're going to be doing a study where we don't have anywhere to put the effluent, we can't put the well. I know there was some interest from the industrial sector, but 60% of 30 people or 30 industries or whatever the number is, I still think it's low. It was a clear mandate that the sewer and water main is not accepted in this community. So personally, I am not going to be in favor of this, and I have no further comments. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Oh.
I'm just going to suggest that you
Oh.
take the vote on just the receipt of the report first. If that's
Oh, so actually, I do have one more. So I want to go back to you, Councillor Balmer. Can you explain to me what you're asking for? You want to receive the report, and then you want to have further discussion on the study? Is that what you're after, or?
No, just receive the report separately from acting on the recommendation to proceed with a scope study.
Okay, and when
There's
will
two
we-
separate things, so we can receive the report without
Just want you to
contention.
Call the vote on this first.
Yep.
And then call the vote on this separately.
Okay. Same movers and seconders?
Yes,
Moved by
that's Councillor Sapulpa.
Councillor Sapulus, sorry, I haven't seen your signature much today. Councillor Sapulus, seconded by Jessica Goida, that council receives report ADM 2018-036 regarding feasibility study for municipal water and wastewater services, commercial industrial, Aberfoyle area, and that's it. No and, all in favor of receiving the report? Carried. And then moved by Councillor Sapulus, seconded by Councillor Goitia, that council authorizes the commencement of this project in the amount of $29,083 to be funded as follows: County of Wellington Business Retention and Expansion Municipal Information Fund, $25,000, and Legal Contingency Discretionary Reserve, $4,083, and I'm requesting a recorded vote on that one.
So all those in favor, Mayor Sealy? You have to just, yes or no?
All those in favor?
No, I'll do all those in favor. So I have to, just so the new members of council know, I'm just going to explain the process. So when we call a recorded vote, whoever asks for the recorded vote is the person that I call upon to indicate whether they are in favor or not in favor of first. And then I always get this mixed up, by the way. I'm supposed to go counterclockwise. So that means I am going this way. Okay? So Mayor Sealy?
No.
Councillor Rouse?
Yes.
Councillor Bomer?
No.
Councillor Goida?
Yes.
Councillor Sapulus?
Yes.
It's carried. I'll have to split this out for you so you can sign it.
On that item, just want to make sure that the effluent option is not taken into no.
Yes, I've noted your concern and we'll pass that along.
Okay, so we're here,
So
right?
you just want to let them know that you're going to debate that on that date.
Okay, so ADM 2018-040 Committee Governance Review will be debated on December 19th, 2018.
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
If I may, I'm just going to give council just some information. We put this on your agenda just for, as we do with some other items, just for information only. And as Mayor Sealy has just indicated, it will be debated at your December 19th meeting. There you go. So this is just a receipt.
All right. Moved by Councillor Sapulus, seconded by Councillor Goitia, that report ADM 2018-042 regarding cannabis update be received. Any discussion? No? All in favor? Oh, yeah, Councillor Sapulus?
We're receiving this. Are we going to discuss whether we're going to opt out as the next motion?
I would suggest that members of council would, if you want to discuss, I did hear some discussion when you had Inspector Lawson make his presentation. So if you want to have some discussion about whether you want to have a public information meeting or whether you want to move forward and make that decision now, I would suggest you have that conversation now.
Councillor Ruth?
Well, I think we should opt in. I'm a great believer in free enterprise, and it is a legal substance. and I think it's going to be a big business. I know there's a lot of uncertainties, but I am in favor of opting in, and I'm also in favor of having a public meeting to present it to the public. I don't have a problem with that. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciated earlier the crawl, walk, run analogy, which fit in, I thought, quite well with the letter we received from the Upper Grand District School Board, I thought, which was a very reasonable approach to it. I would be comfortable either way, opting in or not opting in at this time as we learn to crawl and we see how it rolls out elsewhere. I think one of the pieces I still don't quite understand is the funding piece that was discussed in terms of if you choose not to opt in at the beginning and you opt in, say, a year later, are you then forever opting out of the future funding, or you just don't get that? I said that everybody gets the first piece, but only those that opt in at the next year will get the second piece. But does that mean if you don't opt in by then, you've foregone all future revenues from?
Okay, so I can explain that a little bit further. So the first piece is the 5,000, which every municipality gets, and then the second piece is another 5,000, which every municipality gets. After that, priority will be given to those municipalities that have not opted out. So the province is setting aside 10 million, and so priority for that will be given to those municipalities that have not opted out. And then the last factor is the surplus. And so that's only provided to municipalities that have not opted out.
So just to clarify, if we opt out and think about it for a while and then opt in, we never can opt into that surplus.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And that surplus fund is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is based on your households. So that 10 million isn't distributed evenly. It's based
Right.
on your households, and then the county takes half of our.
That's my understanding.
So it would be, it's not a significant amount that we'd be foregoing in that regard. So yeah, I'd like to go to the public, and at this point, I'm still on the fence on it.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask for a motion to go past 5 p.m. so we can finish up this council meeting.
I move the motion.
Do I get a seconder? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Goya on the.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that it's being said that if we opt out, that we forfeit any kind of future funding from the province if we decide to, even if we opt in at a later date, because it sort of feels like, as you said before, like they're dangling this carrot, persuading you by offering some kind of reward. And in a township where every dollar counts, it sounds enticing, but I think we need to make sure that we make the right decision for the safety and the health and the wants of our community. So I don't have a good enough sense of what it is that the community would like us to do. And so I know that there's not a whole lot of time, but I do think it's important that we have a public meeting on this topic for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Sapoulis?
Yes, I want a clarification from staff. Are you saying that the share of the whatever 100 million, when it boils down, if we opt out now and opt out later, we don't get any portion of that? I find that hard to believe. My understanding is if we opt out now and opt out in later, we're still eligible to get the share of the 100 million.
No, you're not.
So that's it.
That's it.
Is there not a $5,000 part that you get?
Yeah, you get the 5,000 for, well, everyone gets the 5,000 for the first 2 years, or the first two payments that they make.
So 10,000 altogether.
10,000
Yeah.
altogether. Only those that opt in before that January 22nd date are entitled to receive that additional funding.
Okay, another question for staff. If we hold a public meeting, do we have time to meet the January 22nd meeting?
Well, what I will do, council members, is after this meeting concludes, we're going to be setting a few dates, because that's the only way we'll be able to facilitate it, because we will need to advertise, of course, and because we are getting later into December, we should advertise regardless within the next, well, we won't make this cycle of the Wellington Advertiser, but the next one, and we will need to know that date before we leave here today.
The other thing I want to share with the rest of council, look, I did some number crunching. If there's 100 million in income and province scoops off 50 million, then when we look at the number of households in Post Lynch and in the rest of Ontario, the ratio is 0.000523. And if Wellington County takes half of that, we're only getting 13,000 a year. That's all we're getting, guys.
It's
On the
not,
basis of 100,000 income.
it's not based on 100 million, it's on the proceeds after 100 million. So
No,
it
no,
could be
I'm
even
saying, no,
less.
I'm saying if there's $1 billion there, 10% is profit type of thing. I'm assuming that for argument's sake, it's $120 million. The feds scoop up the first 20, the province gets 50, they scoop up 50, then the rest of it gets distributed to all of us, and my numbers boil down to only $13,000.
1,300 or 13,000?
$13,000.
Oh, that's substantial. I thought it would be 1,300.
Well, 13,000 isn't substantial in my books.
Well, that's something.
It's something, yeah, it's a third of a tax increase. And okay, I agree with having a public meeting. I think it's very important, but,
So maybe, can we just focus on the public meeting for
Yes.
now and just get that? so
yes,
we-
I agree with you, and my concern is if we don't have the public meeting, we're going to be
Yeah, we need
very
that.
severely criticized.
Yeah, I agree. So, moved by John Spoulos, seconded by Jessica Goydia, that report ADM 2018-42 regarding cannabis update be received, and that a public meeting be held to obtain input on the matter. All in favor? Carried. All right. Moved by Jessica Goydia, seconded by John Spoulos, that report PD 2018-10 regarding telecommunication application file A12/BEL-Bell Mobility Site Location Concession Gore, Part Lot 23, Parts 2 and 4, municipally known as 7094 Gore Road, be received, and that council authorize the release of the concurrence report to Industry Canada regarding the proposed 70-meter Bell Mobility Telecommunications steel self-supporting tower. All in favor? Sorry, Councillor Ruth, any questions or concerns?
No.
Councillor Ballmer?
Nope.
Councillor Spoulos, all in favor? Carried. Where are we at now? Roads and Parks Department, nothing. Recreation Department, nothing. Mayor's update, I have nothing right now. We've had enough. Notice of motions, I believe we've covered that. Committee minutes, nothing. Municipal announcements. Anything around the table for municipal announcements? Comments?
I went to the Santa Claus parade
Thank you.
and threw some candy at people. No, I didn't. But, yeah, it was a very good turnout, and it's great to be there.
Councillor Ballmer?
Yeah, had the opportunity to attend an open house put on by Nestle's at the community center regarding the Alliance for Water Stewardship. Councillor Goyda also attended that function, and so was the new Councillor McRae from Centre Wellington was also there, along with representatives from conservation authorities and Dr. Parker from the University of Guelph, the Centre 360. And the Alliance for Water Stewardship, Nestle's has made a commitment to achieve certification under this alliance. We'll probably hear more about it. It's going to be, in many ways, it's a, I don't want to say, it's not just a marketing thing, it's a, they're compiling, what's the word I'm looking for? They're going to bring together all of their science.
Collaborative?
What's that?
Collaborative?
Yeah, they were reaching out that day to let other people know what they were doing, and they're going to take all the existing data they have and bring it all together. The biggest thing you'll probably see out of this is when they consider their watershed, they're going to be considering Erin and Puss Lynch because those are their two sources. So you're going to see a much larger map when they consider their watershed. That's not to say they're pumping water from all those places, but that's the biggest change we'll see. I think in the short term for the community, there may be some benefit. There's certainly a benefit for that company in terms of good PR. But I think we got to make sure that we stay focused on the science that we have here. So I think it's a good exercise whenever a company, whether it's ISO or this standard, it goes through these certifications. And it was nice to be kept informed. But again, I think we still need to rely on our local expertise and the science that we're to keep on top of things there. The other piece relates to the notice of motion that Councillor Sapoulis mentioned earlier. I also attended the open house for the redevelopment of Brock Road. I'm looking forward to that discussion because there were lots of concerns raised, lots of good suggestions from the residents, and lots has changed since the environmental assessment was completed back in the early 2000s for Brock Road. So I look forward to having a fuller discussion on that at our next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Goya?
Yeah, I was also at the Nestle open house, and it was definitely good to get some information sharing. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nestle did say that they were going to be coming and presenting to council at some time in the new year as well. And I was also at the Santa Claus parade. It was the first time that I had participated in the parade, and it was really nice. It was really nice to see so many people out. So,
Thank you. Councillor Sapoulis?
Yes, I too participated in the Santa Claus Parade. It's nice to see all the people there and the little kids. They're all excited type of thing. It was the superhero theme type of thing, and there was a lot of kids there doing that. And also, as Councilman Bowman mentioned, I did participate in the open house for the Brock Road. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to further discussions with, the reworking of Brock Road through Aberfoyle. I bounced a couple ideas off you, returning it to a hamlet. Unfortunately, I missed the Santa Claus Parade, but it sounds like it was a success, and it's these type of events in our community that make it great. So I think that's it.
Motion to go into closed.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion I have to make a motion? No. Moved by Councillor Ruth and seconded by Councillor Ballmer that council shall go into closed session under Section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of confidential verbal report from Karen Landry, CAO Clerk, and Gerald Moore, Chief Building Official, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations with respect to the building department. Confidential report from Karen Landry, CAO Clerk, regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, local boards with respect to an application for judicial review, Swastika Trail. All in favor? Carried. And I'm going to recommend a quick 5-minute break so we can use the washroom, grab a drink of water. Thank you.